Good evening, one and all gathered here for a final day of an AICTE training learning Atal Academy sponsored 6 days online faculty development program on IoT data analysis with practical and exploratory approach. Begin this event with a silent prayer. Thank you. Now I invite Mrs. P. Bama Rukmani ma'am, Assistant Professor, to deliver the welcome address and introduce our today's chief guest.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all joined in the 11th session of AICTE Training and Learning Academy sponsored online FDP on IoT data analysis with practical and the exploratory approach. On behalf of Department of Computer Applications, Ayanada Janayamal College, Sivagasi, and on my own behalf, I am delighted to welcome our knowledgeable and dedicated resource person, Mr. K. Ajay Balaji, software analyst, UI developer, Agilisis IDC, Chennai. Welcome, Ajay Balaji, sir. I am happy to introduce Mr. K. Ajay Balaji, alumni of our college. Balaji has completed his BCA and MCA degree at Ayanada Janayamal College, Sivagasi in the year 2016 and 2019 respectively. Ajay Balaji sir has worked as an assistant professor of Department of Computer Applications at our esteemed college from the year 2020-2022. Sir has placed a role as a UI developer at Skillmine Technologies, Bangalore from 2022 to 2024. Balaji sir has more than 5 years of experience in progressive web applications development with the expertise in building both web and mobile applications from scratch. Ajay Balaji is experienced in developing applications for diverse domains such as education, governance, risk and compliance, hospitality management, and various commercial business applications. Ajay Balaji has strong proficiency in both front-end and back-end technologies with a passion for creating responsive, fully functional web applications. Ajay Balaji has managed end-to-end development including requirement gathering, design, coding, and deployment. He has gained practical experience in multiple technologies including MeanStack, PHP, MySQL, and Python. Today, Ajay Balaji is going to deliver a session on natural language processing using NLTK package. Ajay Balaji, it is my pleasure to once again register my warm welcome and heartfelt thanks for joining hands with us to enlighten today's excellent session. Once again, I welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear participants, a 100-mark test will be conducted at the end of the FDP. You must score at least 70% to qualify for the certificate. Now, I welcome Mr. K. Ajay Balaji sir to increase the session work on the topic Natural Language Processing with NLTK package. Welcome, sir.
First of all, I'm audible, right? My voice is clear.
Yes, sir. Your voice is clear.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So first and foremost, I would like to begin the session with a thank you note to the great institution, Ayanada Janayamal College, and our computer applications department and our respected head of the department, director, Dr. Venkatesh Kumar sir, and our fellow, my teachers, staff members. I'd like to thank them for giving me this opportunity to carry a session on NLP with NLTK. So without further ado, I think I can start the session because Bama ma'am has given a wonderful introduction about me and I personally thank her for that. So I'll just dive into the session right away. So if my voice is not clear at any point, or if there is any doubts, we can clarify it right away. So I'll dive into the session right now. So I'm sharing my screen. Please do let me know if my screen is visible. So
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Thank you, sir. So I have a presentation over here, but I don't want to really go in a much theoretical way and explain like slide to slide. Most of the slides I'm going to skim through, but I'll just give you a real-time applications of how NLP is being used along with NLTK. So that is what I'm going to handle today. But before I begin the session with this presentation, I'll just quickly take time to show what we are going to see today. So I have a couple of applications. One is like a resume parser. Another one is like a chatbot. I have done it a very simple way, like a very basic, beginner-friendly thing I've done over here. So I'll just run both the things and I'll just show you how it is functioning actually. And based on what we have seen, I'll just take into the session. I'll explain the concepts one by one, like how we have done this. So the very first thing I'm going to do is a CV parser, which is much like a LinkedIn or whatever online portals that we see for applying jobs and all. So I'm just going to take the same as an example over here. So for example, you see the screen over here is like a very sample UI page which receives a resume from a user who wants to apply for a job. So and now it is going to say whether that user is applicable for the job or not, which means like we are going to analyze the skills required for the job along with the user skills, like the candidate who is going to apply for the job. So we are going to analyze both the things and then we're going to say whether this resume is fit for the job or it is not fit for the job, or it is like an intermediary thing. Okay, so that is what I'm going to show right away. So the very first thing you can see here is like we are hiring for a senior NLP engineer. So we have the job description over here, which expects the candidate to have required skills like Python, NLTK, and all other like TensorFlow, PyTorch, whichever is linked with NLP concepts. That is the required thing. So now I have like 3 set of resumes with me. So one is like already like a well experienced one in NLTK in NLP things. Another one is like an intermediate, like some like a neutral stance, like that's what we have here. Another one is an entirely different resume. So I'm going to upload all the 3 into my UI application and I'm going to show you how it is actually working. So we're just going to take the input as a file over here. So, okay, so I have the very first thing is a master file. So I add a file over here. I'm uploading a resume over here. So you can see here, a request has been made to the API server, which is actually going to say whether this resume is fit or not. Okay, we have a response from the server. It says it is suitable for the job because the file I uploaded over here actually has 5 years of experience in NLP, which is actually the exact requirement for our job description over here. And next, I'm going to upload another file over here. So let me choose the neutral one. So just like the candidate can apply, but it is not like 100% fit. It's like some 50-50 fit for this job. So I'm applying this. Okay, so we are just giving the response back to the user is like can try to apply. So which is like you can try to apply this, but we are not sure whether you will be like 100% fit for the job. So this is the resume that I have uploaded over here. So it has some of the skills, like whatever was asked in the job description. It has some of the skills, but the rest of them are like it is not much enough to get that job. The final one which I'm going to upload, 2 years experience in React and some like UI applications. So it is not exactly fit for this application that we are actually getting. So let me once again upload the final resume. Okay, so now the server says it is a not matching application that you may not really try to apply for this job because your resume and the job description varies a lot. Okay, so this is how it actually happens because in the recent trends these days, most of the HRs are actually automating these tasks. They are not actually going through the resumes of the candidates. They are not trying to figure out whether it would fit or not. They are trying to, the very first level automatically goes through bots these days, which is like the system itself is automatically doing the job, whether the applied candidate is okay for the given position or not. So this is what is happening everywhere. Companies use it. Even LinkedIn will automatically say these days whether it will say like your resume is fit for this job. So that is how it has gone these days. We don't need a human intervention to get the job done. It is automatically done by a system itself. So that's the same basic principle I've taken from there and I applied it here. But yeah, I'm not talking about a very big application. I'm not talking about bigger LLMs that does this job. But we are going to talk about the core basics, the basic concepts of how NLP is going to work, how NLTK can get this job done. So that is what I'm gonna talk about today. So we are not going to talk about a very advanced topic of like how it is done in current trends, like how it is done in LinkedIn, how bigger applications like LLMs are doing this job. I'm not going to really dive into that part. But my job today is to give some insights of what is the basics of NLP and how it does work and how the smaller like NLTK packages are much helpful for getting the job done. So that is what I'm going to do today. So this is like a sample application I have here, which is like a parsing application. So that says whether a candidate is fit for a job or not. So I have another application here, which is like a reservation booking application. So it helps me to book some tables in a restaurant, right? So the entire it is a chatbot. So I will like just book a reservation to the chat application. So it says me like, okay, you just asked me about like, you just told me to book a reservation, but you have not mentioned what date and time, like you want to book this application. So that is what it is questioning me. So just randomly giving September 30th. So it asks me for some like, it tells me like, I need the exact time when you want to book this thing. So I'm giving 8 p.m. So it asks me for duration. So it says like how many hours you want to spend, how many hours you would need the table for your booking. So I'm just giving 2 hours. Okay, now finally it asks me a question, how many tables do you need? Do you need like 1 table or 2 tables? So it finally says like, okay, for your application. So now let me quickly take to your database where it has been connected. And yes, this is the latest one which I have booked. So you can see the same time that I have mentioned is 30th of September. It has booked 2 tables for a couple of hours. So you can see it from 14:30 to 16:30, which has been converted into an ISO string. Okay. So we just saw 2 applications which has been like doing a job of a human being. Like for example, the CV parser now, traditionally it was done by a human being. Like a HR would be like going through the resume, finding out whether it fits or not. But now a computer is doing the job. The same thing, a reservation attendant would be doing the job of like booking the reservation, answering user queries like whether a time is available, tables are available. It will be doing that job. But here a system is doing it. So it queries user about possible questions, and now it is giving an answer over here. So these are like 2 basic applications we can keep in mind to say like how NLP is going to work, how AIs are working these days. But this is a very, very basic way to say how things are working. I wouldn't say this is like a bigger advanced thing to say. This is a very basic rule-based thing that we are going to see today. So my session over here in the next 40 to 50 minutes will be like to say what is NLP is doing currently and how is NLTK useful for that. How we can use NLTK as a basic building block. So all the concepts are being used in NLTK and how it is actually used in advanced algorithms these days as well. So this is the agenda for the day today. I have 2 applications that has been built on based on Python's NLTK. So they are the basement over here. And based on the things that you saw right now, I'm going to explain things step by step of how things are done over here. So that is my agenda for the day. So I hope I'm clear with that, right? So can we dive into the session? I just wanted this to be engaging. I just wanted to be like a 2-way communication. You can please add your comments as well. So like giving confirmations whether you are okay with things or like, you want me to go slow, whatever it is. So I want your feedbacks in the comment section as well. So can we begin the session? Can I just go and talk about like how these things are done? Can I begin it, my dear participants?
Yes, sir. Continue.
Okay. So I have a big presentation over here, but I'm going to quickly skim through the contents of the presentation to make sure the session will give you more insights rather than more theoretical stuffs. So the very first thing which we were already talking about is NLP only. So I was just showing you an example of a very basic example of how an NLP will work. So as I told you already, whatever has been done by humans like for many, many decades has now been simplified into an action done by a computer, by a machine itself. So it's a very simple thing. A computer is nothing but a machine that is going to work on basis of the instructions. We give it back to the machines. So now what we are the recent trend, not the recent trend, for the past better of like 7 to 8 decades, we have already started to make the machines think on its own and the machine acts on its own based on the information which has already been fed to it. So that is the key idea between NLP itself. So it isn't like human to think of its own. What is actually happening? We are already having a lot of data in hand. We are going to feed the data to the machines, and we are going to tell it, okay, this is how things are done. So this is how a conversation will be built. This is how two humans will be interacting. So this is how a story will be written. So we are just giving everything to the machine to make sure it understands it. So we are just making it learn things, and then on basis of what it has learned, we are just going to make sure that it is going to respond back to the users itself. So that is what a very simple definition of NLP I can say. We are just going to make sure the system communicates back to a human in a very much language which the human himself can understand. So that is the core idea between NLP. So it is of course a branch of AI as well. And NLP is used everywhere these days. Like wherever you go, we are seeing NLP, especially in the better part of last 5 years. The the AI concepts, NLP concepts, as it has grown much bigger. Like with the introduction of Chat GPTs and whatever AI we have today, like Copilot we have for programming, and we have Gemini AI. So a lot of companies, they're creating their own AI technologies as well. So this is the core building block behind all the things. And we have advanced to an era, like in the next minute, what began as a very, very simple thing, like trying to make a machine respond back to a human in its own way. So that is how it began. But where it has gone today is like the machine itself, the computer itself can now generate responses. It can understand what the user query is, and it can give back responses as well. So that is what we have here. So I have mentioned a thing about natural language generation. So all the Chat GPTs today are like generations. We are not predicting things. It is giving back a response. We ask a question, Chat GPT is going to give a response. Even recently, we saw Gemini AI was trending for generating images, like whatever the user queries were. You give in an image, you give a query, you prompt a query, and you get the exact image as you required. So all these things are possible because of the advancement that has gone through the NLP in the last better part of 7 decades. So that's what I'm doing here as well. So I've taken a very simple example of like how a machine can respond back to a user when he is trying to book a reservation as well. And also, like when the user is uploading a resume, it is pausing on its own and saying whether this resume is fit or not, whether the candidate can proceed to apply or not. So that is what I've done here. So the core idea is very simple. We're going to make the machines talk back to humans in a language that very well they can understand very well. So that is what I'm going to do today. So this is like a very quick history, which as I told you, it's like some 6-7 decades long process. It has been developed for years and years through different kind of technologies, like involving machine learning algorithms and like deep learning algorithms, and the current trend of like the Chat GPT stuff and whatever we have today. So it has been a long process. NLP has evolved in a longer way, I would say, like in some 7 decades. That's what I have mentioned over here. So I mentioned it like, decade things, so like how it was in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. So, but in the last 25 years, like we have had a massive growth, like from beginning to predicting things to generating things, we have just gone through a long way over here. So that is the quick history of NLP. That is what I have mentioned over here. So let me go right into how NLP actually works. So we have to tell the system about how the different components of a language. If I'm taking a language called as English, I have to tell how that language is actually structured. So that is the very first thing that we have to tell. We have to feed the machine so that it can understand whatever query is put into it. So we have like different components for that. That tells about the morphology, which is like how the word is actually formed, how we have a prefix, how we have a suffix. So how the word is actually spelled, how it is pronounced. We have to, first of all, tell that computer, the machine, about how it is done. And then we have the lexical, like how the word, how a bigger sentence can be split into smaller sentences. And then we have to tell about the syntaxes, how the words can be used, how some words can be used together, how some words cannot be put together. So all the syntaxes and semantics, how they have to be put in a way that it gives a meaningful response back to the user. So all these things will be very first taught back to the computers itself. But this has been already done like some 3 or 4 decades back. We have already started doing this. We have made the machines understand the basics, the very core basics of a human language. So these are the very core components. Like we make them understand these things at the very beginning so that they can respond back to the user by understanding the query, whatever the prompt we given, it is going to understand back over here. So the uses of NLP these days, it has been absolutely used everywhere. So wherever the human is communicating with a machine in the sense it's not just a plain computer. It may be like any kind of a gadget where we are, even our mobile phones. We are asking a mobile phone to book, we create an alarm for you. So we can just open and we can just talk to the Google Assistant and say, hey, just set an alarm for me at 3 o'clock in the morning. So whatever we are giving it, the machine is understanding it, the gadget is understanding it. So it is all possible because of NLP these days. And also about the predictions, whether we have the weather prediction. The mobile phones now alert us these days that tomorrow we have a probability of 70% of rain. So all these things is happening because of this concept, like the NLP concept that the machine itself can communicate with the human. So it has been used everywhere, like booking a reservation. You want to book, you have to buy an online product. You can just talk, you can give a voice command, things will be done automatically. So all this voice recognition and then giving back responses, everything has this NLP as a core concept over here. And everything that we have done over here, which is like a human to machine interaction, has NLP as its core concept. So it has been used everywhere. So I've just given some smaller example over here, like wherever it has been used, like even chatbots, whatever we are doing some bookings, and like even for sentiment analysis, like understanding what the user's mindset is, whether it's a positive tone, negative tone, and even in auto completion features and spell correction. So even the mail generations these days, as you might have seen in Gmail and all, whatever you're short typing, it will automatically complete the rest of the sentence to make our mail much easier. Right? So it has been used everywhere these days. Like NLP has its hand in every aspect of a place wherever the machine is communicating back to the human. So that's very basic introduction to NLP from my side. And these are the basic usages of NLP. But as we told, this is a very important concept. But at the same time, it could be a very challenging concept as well, because unlike other concepts where we are going to predict things, or based on data we are going to respond back, this natural language processing, it could be quite challenging because of the nature of the languages and how we speak it. On text, whatever the user's input may look different, but based on the voice that he gives in, or based on the accents that he uses, that text could be like interpreted in a different way. For let us the words itself, like we have multiple meanings over here. For example, I could say like book a reservation, and the book is in the hotel. So the word book, you can see here like two meanings. Book a reservation tells an action to book a reservation, and the book is in the hotel tells like the book is nothing but an object, which is like a printed form of text. So you can see here the words have multiple meanings. The sentences, when they are put on different contexts, have multiple meanings. So to make the machine understand all these things and to respond, to use like a hard thing. For example, if I'm booking a reservation, user may not. I just gave a very sample input of telling book a reservation in a plain way. The user may just given something else, like they may just give an input like we want to crash in 10 o'clock tonight at your hotel. So crash in doesn't mean like they want to demolish a thing, but the crash in may mean like we want to enjoy things. We want to book a reservation over there. So it is like a diverse area. Like the user input can be anything, and our machine should be ready to understand whatever the user input is, and then give back a proper response to it. So it is a quite interesting area. At the same time, it's a quite challenging area because the user inputs are not always clear. They may have mistakes as well. They may have different meanings as well. The context may differ. So the machine has to be ready to understand all these concepts. So that's what I was telling about what is NLP, how it is used, and what are the challenges in it. So we are not going to talk, we are not going to for bigger concepts. I'm just going to stick to NLTK. So it is a very core Python package Python library for handling NLP tasks. So it already has a well-defined set of functions inside it. They have written packages for doing this task. Whatever I have told you, like whatever the NLP can do, the core concepts, they've already written. They have predefined libraries of packages over there, and there are like submodules over there, and there are like classes over there and functions over there. So it is not like we are going to write something new. It has already been done as a part of this NLTK library. We're just going to make use of it to write an algorithm to get our things done. Okay, so this is like a very basic algorithm which I'm going to build for the resume parsing, the CV parser, which I showed you. And I'm going to apply the core NLP concepts in NLTK. So that is the idea. So I'm going to take the core concepts of NLP. I'm going to apply it in NLTK. So I'm going to make use of the NLTK functions, which is already has been pre-built. I'm just going to make use of it to do my own application. So that is what I'm going to do today. The expansion of NLTK is nothing but natural language toolkit. So whatever the concepts are there in natural language, we can accomplish them with the help of this library itself, with the help of the predefined classes and functions inside it. So it has been mostly used by researchers and students. So it is, as I told you, you can consider this like a basic building block. So before a student or a researcher, they go on and to learn about how the deep learning works, how LLM work, how the current GPTs and transformers work, they can first of all learn it like this. So this is like learning the very core basic alphabets of a language. Without this, there is no use of learning the higher aspects. So it is like we have to understand the core concepts first. We can make use of this NLTK first. And then on basis of when we are learning this, we will have an idea, okay, this is how NLTK is doing this task. Then how can I upgrade it? Like to meet the today's standards, to meet today's requirement, we can just go to the next steps. So this is NLTK is like a very first step to begin with. So I have just mentioned about what are the key concepts that it can do. So I'll just keep this for now because we are going to talk about this in a well elaborated form up next. So it has, as I told you, it has been used for educational purposes and it has been used for prototyping as well. Prototyping in the sense it is like a blueprint, like what we are going to do in a large scale. Before we go on for bigger transformers and try to apply things, we can make like smaller prototypes, blueprints, and make sure how things will be working out, how things will play out when it is done in a larger scale. So that is what prototyping is, and we can do text analysis as well, like sentiment analysis. Like we can classify the data, we can do some little predictions as well. So all these things can be done in LLTK. So it is like a very basic one. And even this has been available for the last part of 3 decades, like since the 2000s, this NLTK has already been available and it has been continuously updated. And it is like an open source thing. We don't have to, it's not a proprietary thing. We don't have to pay anyone for this, for making use of it. It's an open source thing. We can create our own open source applications with this NLTK as well. And it has its own set of corpus data, like it has its own collection of data, like movie reviews, already it has well documented conversations inside it. We can make use of those data sets as well. So we don't have to look out for some data sets. There are like already built-in data sets, as you can see here. It has a rich corpora over here, like I have mentioned in the very first point. It has movie reviews, tweets, and literature. It is having the data is already available in NLTK itself. We don't have to go for a third party to look for these data. So that is a very primary advantage of using NLTK, I would say. And it has its own classifiers and models. Everything is already built in NLTK itself. So sometimes if we are having a customized algorithm of our own, we can do it with NLTK as well. But sometimes if we want to follow some already existing well-known algorithms like naive-based classification algorithms and several models that has been already existing, so we can make use of NLTK as well and we can get it done. But it has its own limitation. I would not say it is 100% enough to build bigger AI bots or bigger things. As I told you, it's a very, very beginner-friendly, very user-friendly. It helps you to understand the concepts of NLP, how it is done. So it is like a very step one. It is like a very basic thing to understand how things are working in NLP, and we can make use of NLTK for that. So those are the advantages and limitations as well. We cannot accomplish a very bigger task, like a very bigger real-time chat conversation and all. It is not possible to do it over here. We would need the help of different transformers, different GPTs to get the task done. But this is like a very core basic. How things are initiated, how things are done. This is a very, very core basic. So that is a very small introduction I have about NLTK over here and NLP over here. So how can we install it? We can use of the pip over here. So we can make pip in the Python installer over here to install NLTK. And a very small command is enough to install NLTK. So just we can mention pip install NLTK. It is going to give you all the information as well. So and then we can make use of it in our programs. So this is how NLTK will be categorized. So we have at the very high level, we have a root called as NLTK, under which you can see different packages. For example, you have corpus over here, tokenized, stem, and tag. These are all sub packages that we have over here. And this corpus over here, as I told you, is about the data. It already contains some resources inside it, like movie reviews or literature content. All the things are already provided in corpus over here. So you want to build an algorithm that deals with movie reviews or sentiment analysis. You don't have to go for data set somewhere else. You can take the data set from the corpus itself. So that's a very important thing over here. So as I told you, this is a hierarchy that helps you use only things that is needed. You don't have to import all the things from here. If I'm going to do something with the corpus, I can just import that. If I'm going to do some tokenization, I can just make use of it. So like it is a hierarchy that helps you to import things as you need. We don't have to use the entire resource all the times. We can just make use of resources that is necessary for our algorithm or necessary for our program, whatever it is. So now let me quickly dive into the core concepts of NLP. I have like some 20 plus concepts here. So I'll just quickly skim through them with a single line of definition for them. And you can also notice here that I have a definition given for each concept, an example given for each concept. And I also mentioned the NLTK method here as well. So like which method is now getting the job done here. So that's what I have also mentioned over here. And then I have given a syntax of how to use it. So this is what we are going to see right now. So am I clear thus far? Can I proceed into the core concepts of NLP along with NLTK? Is it good? Can I proceed with?
Yes, sir. Continue, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. I'm getting into the presentation one more time to the slideshow. So I hope, sir, you might have been already aware of these concepts, but for this session, I'll talk about these concepts as well. So these are the very core concepts of how NLP works. Like I have some concepts over here. So the very first process is like tokenization. So you may all been aware of tokenization concept. Like it has been available in different programming concepts as well. Tokenization, we are just going to separate the content into single unique words, like in a single words. For example, if I have a sentence like I have 3 years of Python experience, then I can split into each and every word. As you can see over here, I have split them into different words. So the very first process, this is like a very basic pre-processing that is done in NLP. Instead of having like one big sentence and making the machine understand things, we can just split them into different tokens, different smaller words, so that it is easy for it to understand. So that is the very first step for tokenization. And we have methods like word tokenization and sentence tokenization. Sentence tokenization can be used for bigger paragraphs. You're having like multiple pages of content. First of all, we can just break them into different sentences, and then we can take each sentence and break it into words as well. So we have two built-in methods in NLTK to get the job done. That is word tokenize and sentence tokenize. The second basic concept of pre-processing will be stop words removal. We are going to remove the words which are not necessary for the processing. Like we have the common words like this and like that, yeah, the. These are words we can take it out. They may not give some rich meaning in context. We are trying to figure out what the content is all about. So we may remove these common words which will not give us much more meaning. So we can remove them so that the input automatically is reduced. We don't have to deal with a larger input. We can just take only the words which means something to the algorithm. So the second step is like stop words removal. We are removing the common words which may not give us more importance. And we have a function over here that is called as stop words. So it is already available in LTK as well. And now you can see stop words of English. I'm specifying that I'm going to use English as the language, and based on this, I'm going to understand the stop words of the language. So you can see over here, I have mentioned a string like I know Python. And if I'm just giving this as an input for stop words, it only produces me the output like Python, because it is removing the all the other things that is not necessary. So this is like a second step of pre-processing. Like we are going to strip away the unwanted, unnecessary content. We're just going to maintain the content that will be necessary only for for understanding what has to be done. Like if it's a CV parser, we have to understand about the skills and the portfolio of the candidate that is necessary. Other words, we can just skip through them. So that is the second concept called the stop words removal. And the next concept is stemming and lemmatization. So here we are just trying to make the words into its very basic dictionary form. So instead of having some, because the user may use some words which are not frequently used, but they have a common meaning, but they may not be frequently used by everyone. So instead of that, what we can do is we can make sure we just convert them back to a smaller, in their root form, and also into their basic dictionary form. Sometimes, for example, stemming may be used for that purpose as well. But the drawback with stemming, I would say, is like it won't not give you some perfect words. For example, if you're taking the word like studying, it will try to strip off the suffix content, and it will just give you some word like study, which is actually an invalid dictionary word. But lemmatization, the same thing will be done, but it will produce a perfect valid dictionary word. Sometimes, as I told you, the word is like the word has a correct meaning, but it is not commonly used by every candidates. Then what we can do is we can just convert that word into a very simplest form, so that it will be helpful for us to do the rest of the process. So for example, I just give a very simple example. This is not like a very different word, but for the sake of example, for understanding, I mentioned it over here. Sometimes if the user is giving a word like better, we can treat it like a positive tone, like a word good. But this is not like, we can ask like better is a word that everybody uses, but I'm just trying to give an example over here how the word conversion actually takes place. In most of the contexts, those words will be like some bigger words which is not most used by all people. So that is the case over here. So stemming and lemmatization helps us to convert the words into their root form, so that it is much easier for us to do the processing. So for that also we have functions over here. For stemming, we have Porter stemmer, and another one is a snowball stemmer. So these are the methods available in NLTK as well. For similar for NLTK lemmatization, I have the concept word class called as word net lemmatization. So it also, you can see over here, I'm just giving the word running, and it gives me back the word run. So that's the concept called as stemming and the lemmatization. All these concepts that we saw thus far, tokenization, stop words, stemming, lemmatization, these are much like a pre-processing works that makes us to reduce the load of data and only take the necessary data for the further processing. Another key concept is like POS tagging, which is like part of speech tagging. This can be used in larger contexts, like when we are trying to understand in a much deeper way, these POS tags can be understood. Like we can try to say like what the user is trying to convey, those things we can understand by this. Here we label each and every word. So if you have tokenized the text, it is fine. but we can try to label them as well. Like we can try to label like into different places what they're trying to say. Are they trying to use like different verbs, what they are using, different adjectives that they are using? So like all these things we can get use of it. For example, if I'm a candidate, I'm mentioning like I have a proficient knowledge in Python. So here proficient is an adjective that describes my skill in Python technology. So we can strip those words and we can take them away and we can take them out to understand some things about the candidate themselves. So this is like this will help the user to this will help us to understand the user in a much better way by labeling the content that they have actually provided. So you can see over here, and we have a function that is called as POS tag over here in NLTK that gets the job done. And this is like a brief thing of how the NLTK does this job. That is what I mentioned over here. How it actually, how we can label things like this. So it's like just like a quick thing that I have kept over here. Another thing is like NER and bag of words. NER is named entity recognition because the user may give like a lot of bigger paragraphs as input. So at that time we should be able to understand like which has which words have different meanings, like understand like which is a place, which is actually a person. So all these things we should be able to understand. For example, I have given over here, I'm John, worked at Google for 3 years. So you can see my example over here. This named entity recognition, what it will do is automatically try to understand which are like places, which are like the names, the nouns names, and which are like the dates and timings, money, everything. It will help you to understand. So it is like much easier way. So for example, if you can see here, you can understand like the content that we have got here is the person names, whoever is applying is called as John, and he has worked at Google and he has an experience for 3 years. So instead of having a very big sentence like, I'm having a sentence like this, I can just strip away the very, very essential things, and based on this itself, I can identify what is the work experience of the candidate. So that is what NER does over here. So we have a very built-in function for that as well, which is called as NE chunk. So that is what we have in NLTK. And this is like an example for that. If you're trying to do this, you will automatically get an result like this. So that is the very essential thing over here. Then another concept is called as bag of words. So it is nothing but counting the number of words in our content. For example, like how many words we are having and how many times a word occurs. For example, if I'm having a word like Python in my resume, in my CV, I can just count and say, okay, the user has mentioned 10 times the word Python over here. So which has like, it may have some higher importance. So that's what we can understand over here. But that is how it bag of words works. So bag of words does nothing but counts the number of words in the user's content, and it labels each and every word with the number of times, how much times it occurs. It occurs in the content. So on basis of this, we can understand, okay, how many times a user is using a word and how much important actually it is. So that it will be helpful for us to understand those things as well. I have given an example here as well. As you can see, I've used multiple words over here, but when you're trying to do the bag of words, it will give an output like this. It will say like Python has occurred once or twice and parsing has occurred once or twice. So this information is what is essential. So bag of words gives us nothing but the count of every word we have here. And it has been used in text classifications, use bag of words, search engines use bag of words. So it all tries to understand how many times a user is using a word and which has been most frequently used here. So for bag of words, we can use a method called as frequent distribution. So that's what I have mentioned here. We will see about that method in much more elaborate in the upcoming slides. Another concept is PF-IDF. It is like a contradicting concept for bag of words. Bag of words tells like which words has been most frequently used and which has been used by the candidate for a lot of times. But PF-IDF, it's like an inverse of it. It tells like which words has been used in a very less number of times. We can make use of it. So sometimes these serve as the purpose for identifying like which are the most important words in a document. It has been used in a very less times, but it serves for a higher meaningful purpose. So we can use those concepts as well. Like TF and IEDF will be useful for that as well. But we don't have a direct support for it in NLTK, but we can make use of scikit-learn for that as well. So that's what I mentioned here. Does not have a direct support, but we can make use of scikit-learn library for getting the job done. So this is another core concept of NLP. So another thing is n-grams. So these n-grams and bigrams are like, simultaneous concepts where we try to identify the words that are occurring always together. For example, I can give you an example like this. Like machine learning, deep learning, neural networks. So these are like two combined words. These words, when separated, has a different meaning, but when they are combined together, they have a different meaning. For example, you have words like hands-on experience or user-friendly application, built a Python parser. So all these things are like bigrams. When you are combining these two words, they give a different meaning. So on basis of this, we can find out how many bigrams has been repeatedly used in our application as well. For example, the user has used the word user-friendly application on 5 different places. That means like the the candidate has already built applications that are very well user-friendly. So we can make some inference on basis of that as well. And we have this WSD, word sense disambiguation, which tells us like how a word have different meanings. For example, if you take the word apple, has 2 different meanings in our context. In our context, I can say apple it means a company as well, and apple also means a fruit as well. So a word may have different meanings based on the context where it is used, based on the content where it has been used. So our this NLP algorithm should be able to understand what the user is trying to say. For example, the user is saying, I worked at Apple for 5 years. Now here the Apple means a company over here. He is not referring a fruit. And on basis of that, this algorithm should be working on. So for that also, we have an algorithm over here. We have a LESC algorithm over here as well. So which will help us to understand how WSD works in a NLP. And 2 next concepts are word embeddings and co-reference resolution. Word embeddings is like, understanding different meanings. For example, I'm hiring a UI developer, and the user has not mentioned the word UI, but the user has explicitly mentioned the word that he has worked in Angular for 5 years. I cannot reject the resume because I did not have the word UI over here, because it is very clear, because UI and Angular are 2 same or similar things. Like Angular UI is an user interface in a development library, and even the user is not mentioning the word UI, but I don't have to reject the application. I have a similar meaning that is called as Angular. Same thing goes with MySQL as well. It is also database. Even the user is not mentioning the word database, but if the user is responding, okay, I have worked on MySQL for 5 years, then that means like MySQL is a database. So whatever we are requiring a database requirement will automatically match with this profile as well. So it is like word embodings. We are just trying to find the similarity between words. Like even if one word is substituted for another word, we can understand those things. And similarly, NLTK does not have this, but we can make use of third-party packages as well for getting this job done. So I mentioned that as well. Another one is co-reference resolution. Some of the concepts that I'm mentioning right now may not be like, explicitly available as an NLTK in a function or a class, but these are like core NLP concepts. That is why I'm just reiterating these things right now as well. So another one is core reference resolution. So for example, a very simple example is here. I worked at Google for 3 years. I was a senior architect there. So you can mention over here, I just mentioned the word Google here, but I'm not mentioning Google here. So the there here refers to Google. So I'm mentioning a place here. There refers a place. And what is the place I have mentioned over here? It is nothing but Google. So this is what we call as co-reference resolution. Because in a lengthier paragraph, you may not be repeating the same word again. If I'm trying to refer myself, I will just mention the word I. If I'm mentioning the company, I'll be referring there I worked at that place. I worked there for 3 years. That is how the words will be changing, but they all mean the same context. What is used in the very first line, they maybe not be used in the all upcoming lines as well. They will be like, changed as well. But our algorithm should be able to identify that as well. So that is what I have mentioned over here. And we don't have any basic support for in NLTK. We don't have basic support for that, but you can use several neural models for that cause as well. And collocations and concordance are like similar things. Collocations is also like having some phrases over here. So making the machine understand different phrases, like machine learning, deep learning. So that is what it is all about. Collocation is like having similar phrases that can appear altogether. Like they may be appearing on multiple resumes. So it helps us to understand how words are constructed together. For example, how a phrase is often built with multiple words. They have a meaning. So all these things can be identified with collocations as well. It also helps us to understand the resume of the candidates much effectively. So that is what I mentioned over here. And concordance is the same thing. Like concordance is like how the words can differ based on the context itself. So like we may have a word which will be sounding different, which may have a different meaning when it is used with different context. So that also we can find over here, and that is what concordance is all about. And we can also use the similarity. Like for example, as I told you already, we may use different words, different dictionary words for same meaning, but we can use the similarity to identify like which words are similar and how it matches with our requirements. And also like you have here this chunking, which is like shallow parsing. So here also we have like we can extract things as one phrase. For example, senior software engineer is 3 different words which have 3 different tokens inside. But when they are put together, they give a like they have like a one meaning over here as the highest level of architect in a company. So even for understanding words like this, we can make use of this chunking as well, right? So for that, we have a NLTK method that is called as regex parser. And as I told you already, we have different corpus over in NLTK, which helps you to give data sets for different process that we are doing. So we can make use of those corpus as well. You can just import like this. For example, you can say nltk.corpus import movie reviews. Okay, we can import those informations as well. And then we have like two algorithms which has been already built in inside NLTK. One of them is a naive-based classifier algorithm, so which helps us to do a supervised classification as well. So we don't have to write our own algorithm for it. We can make use of this classification naive-based algorithm to get the job done. And the final one which I want to talk about is sentiment. So we all know about sentiment analysis, and same thing. We already have a sentiment intensity analyzer built in inside NLTK. We can make use of it to understand the user reviews or whatever the comments of user. We can understand that as well. And finally, I have two more functions which will help us to visualize things. So like we can visualize which words has been mostly used, frequently used. All these things can be visualized as well. For the visualizing purpose, we can make use of a class which is already called as frequency distribution. So that is what is mentioned here. That it has been shortened to ensure that it gives the correct meaning like frequency distribution. Here we have already built-in methods that tells like how many times a word is occurring, like which is the most frequently occurred word. All these things can be obtained from frequency distribution. And the final one is a plot function, which helps you to do a visualization. You can make use of this plot function, and we can create graphs like bar charts and all. We can create out of it, and we can get a visualized result of which words has been used the most, or which has been frequently used, or which has been very used very less. All these informations we can make use of it. So these are like the core concepts, like So most of the concepts that I told right now I have used it in the parser application as well, which we saw at the very beginning. I showed you two applications, and all those applications have this as their basic core concept behind them. And shortly, I'll show the code of that thing as well, how I have done that as well. So before I dive into it, are these concepts quite clear for you? Or do you want me to repeat any other concept? I think I just gave you a simple example of what everything is doing. What are the core concepts we have in NLP? I just mentioned those things as well. So this clear, or can I just dive into the next section where I can show you the coding part and how things are done actually in a code basis? Can I move ahead, or we need to discuss anything further? Okay, so I can continue.
I can proceed.
Yes, Ajay, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. So this right here is the project overview of what I actually showed you. The very first thing, the CV parser I showed you. So that is what I have mentioned over here. Like we are just going to take a resume as an input. We're trying to figure out whether that will fit for the current given JD or not. So I mentioned what are the key NLP features I've used here. So it was actually a bigger version. I've turned into a very smaller version here as well. So the front end I've used this Angular, and the back end I've used this Node.js. So Angular receives the user input, Node.js does the processing job, and it syncs with the Python NLP service as well. So this is what our Python NLP thing is going to do. So this Python NLP service will help us to parse the user input and then give the response whether it is suitable or not. That is what it is going to do. And this is a very core thing. We are going to take an input, which is like a PDF file. So I've used a library for that, PyPDF2. That is the library I've used for that. And the concepts that I used inside is all these concepts. You can see pre-processing has been done with the same things that I discussed with you right now. And several comparisons things has been already done. Like, we can make use of the TF-IDF similarity, and we can make functions that checks whether the experience are matching, whether the skills are matching. So all these things has been done over here. They are all done with the help of NLTK functions itself. And then we will have a final score, which will say whether it's a suitable one, or it is a neutral one, or it is like a not matching one. So based on this criteria, we're going to do here. Okay, this is the algorithm for it, of how we are going to load the resume, how we are going to pre-process step, and what are the three different calculations we're going to do. We are going to do like whether the user input matches the job requirement, whether the skills are enough, whether the experience are enough. All these things will be done with the help of a Python NLTK package. And then we are going to finally combine them all together to find out this overall score, which will be like this. And then we can say whether it is matching or not back to the user itself. So this is the way how it is done. So maybe an authenticated user can come in, can upload a CV, and then it is taken back to the Node.js from an Angular UI back to the Node.js. Node.js takes the file as an input, it sends it back to the CV parser, which is actually done in NLTK Python. And the Python parser now parses the PDF file, takes the content out of it, and then it once again works on and try to figure out whether this is okay or not. So the same thing which I actually showed you here. So this is the Angular UI I have here. And then I have a backend server running over here. As you can see, it is mentioned as API server. So this API server will now get the input from the user. It will try to figure out whether this is working or not. And I have the Python code for here. So I'll just quickly show the different codes. I'll try to explain it, in a very short fashion. So I have done things in an Angular, and I've done the UI over here. So as you can see here, I'm just getting the data from the user, sending it back to the Node.js server, which is actually running over here. So this is the API server which is running, and this one is the code for the API server. Okay, so this is the exact code which we have done for the upload functionality. What I'm doing here is nothing but receiving a file input and then passing it right to the CV parser. So that is what I'm doing here. I'm just getting the input from the user, and this is acting as an intermediary. It is not going to do any much job over here, but it is acting as an intermediary, taking the input from the user, and then sending it back to the Python parser, so it can parse and give back the response. And once I get back the response, I'm just sending back to the user itself. So it is pretty much an intermediary, as I showed you here in this figure. This Node.js is much like an intermediary between the user UI and also the Python parser. Okay, so that is what I've done here. Let us dive into the Python parser, because that is what we are already dealing with here. The session is all about Python parser only. So as I showed you, so I'm just making some imports over here. The very primary thing is an NLTK. So I'm going to make use of NLTK for doing some much processing over here. So I'm importing them here. Apart from that, I've used like a regular expression is needed. So I've just used RE package. And for string operation and punctuation and all the symbols handling, I'm using the string package over here. And then I'm using pypdf2 to parse the PDF file which is given by the user and to understand what is inside the PDF file. And these are the sub packages which has been imported from NLTK. So I'm making use of the corpus and then stemming first, stemming process, and then I'm using word tokenize, POS tag, and anychunk. So all these concepts we already saw inside in a very theoretical aspect. I showed you that, but I'm just making use of all these functions only over here. Right here, I'm just using it. And these are the downloads that we have to do essentially at the very beginning. These contains, like for example, if I'm downloading this will give me the words, how to tokenize words. So all those things are present over here. And if I'm downloading the stop words, I'll understand what are the stop words available. Like, throughout in multiple languages, I can understand that. So these are much like the models. These are much like the corpus data. These are like the already existing models available inside NLTK. All I have to do is just import them. I don't have to do anything else. I can just download NLTK. I can just import the necessary sub packages. And from that, I can just use this corpus data. So like this is like you can take it like corpus data or already existing models available in NLTK. On basis of this, we are going to do our process over here. So the very first thing which I showed you is like I already spoke about the lemmatization process. So we have the word net lemmatization function over here. And for stop words, we already have a function called stop words. So similarly, we are doing different process over here. The very first process is called as pre-processing, which we will be obviously doing. When the user uploads an input, we are going to do the very first process that is called as pre-processing. So I've used different functions like converting them back to tokens and then trying to bring them to their root forms using lemmatization, trying to strip the unnecessary words using the stop words concept. So all the things I'm just doing over here. So finally, what it returns to me is a list of cleaned tokens. So which means if the user input is like for one page, I don't have to exactly deal with one page when I'm trying to understand whether this resume is fit or not. All I can do is I can take the necessary words, I can leave the rest of the words. So that is what I've done over here. And basically what I mentioned here is the skill set. So we are just having a list of skill sets over here. And this information can be taken from a database or it can be provided by Node.js as well. For simplicity right now, I'm just assigning it to a variable. But these informations usually come from database or it is usually provided by the intermediary node server or whatever backend server we are running. It will be actually providing this information. But for a simple example, I'm just constructing them in a variable over here. I'm just keeping it as a set over here. So we have like three processes over here. You can see here. I'm trying to take the TF-IDF score, I'm trying to take the skill score, and I'm trying to take the experience score. So for these weightages, I'm trying to multiply them to make them that they are like, for out of a scale of 10, how much does the user actually rank? So each and everything, the TF-IDF score you can see here, it has been taken with the TF-IDF similarity. So it compares what it does. It compares the original job description. It also compares the user's input. So it just tries to compare both the things. It compares the original job description with the user input PDF file content. So it tries to say, okay, these two things are actually matching. So what I have asked for is actually present in this CV. So I can say, okay, this is actually matching, and it gives a score for that. So that is what is done over here. So it compares both the resume and the user and the job description and tries to figure out whether it is actually similar or not. So if it is similar, you will have a higher score. If it is not similar, we are going to have a very lower score. So on basis of this, we are going to process things over here. So that is the TF-IDF score. Then I have a function called as skill overlap. So this skill overlap does nothing but try to compare both the skills, like what skills has been present in the user. Like for example, I'm expecting Python and those NLP concepts, NLTK packages I'm expecting, but the user has experience only in JavaScript and Java things. So it may not match. The skills may not be overlapping. They may be like different. So based on that, they're going to say like how much, what is the length actually? What is the ratio between both the things? So that is what we are comparing over here. And then years of experience. The user may have skills, necessary skills. For example, I'm expecting an expert in Python. I may be expecting someone who has 5+ years of experience, work experience. But the user also has Python as his very basic skill, but he's not having the enough number of experience. He's only having 2 years of experience, where my requirement is a 5+1. So at this time, we are going to compare both the things as well. So for extraction, I've used like, regex expression has been used to find out what is the exact number of experience the user is having. So finally, what we're doing here, we're just matching everything all together to find out what is the exact score. So for example, if the exact score is greater than 0.7, I can say, okay, it is suitable for our current job requirement. If it is less than or equal to 0.4, which is somewhere between 0.7 and 0.4, I can simply say, okay, it is like the user can try to apply, but the result is not going to be much positive for you. So it is like an intermediary thing. And the next is the worst case. It is not going to fall between 0.4 or 0.7 and not higher than 0.7. They're going for the final else condition that says it is a not matching one. So what I've done here is a very, very simple thing. I've just used NLTK to get the job done, like by, to read the data and then to find out what are the basic important things given inside the resume. So the original resume that we had here was like this. It was entirely in a text content. So what we did here, we just made sure we're just cutting down things. We are taking only the necessary information. We're not going to take the rest of the stop words or other information that is not going to serve us the purpose. We're just taking the key concepts. We're just taking the experiences things, and we're just trying to find the skills, and all these things only are taken under consideration. And NLTK is doing the job of parsing things and giving back the essential content that can be further used inside the algorithm like this. So that is a very essential, very core concept of NLTK. What it does is like we can take the data. It helps much in pre-processing. It helps you in, and also to try identify like what are the essential words and what are the non-essential words. So for this case, I've used NLTK for a pre-processing thing. So that's the thing I've done here. So that is how it worked. So I was using this Angular UI. It was connected back to the Node.js server over here, and it calls the Python file from here. And this is the Python file, which actually does the job, of parsing content. And we are using NLTK to understand, to extract the necessary data. And then we are going to do some sort of, regular expression, process matching things to understand how things are done over here. So this is like pretty much gives you like, flow of what I showed you here. So this is what was happening inside this application. And this one over here is like the parser for this chatbot. So if you want me to show that, I'll just give a quick thing of how it is done over here. So the same thing was happening over there. The user UI was done in Angular. So this is the Angular app for that. So this is the chatbot Angular application. So you can see here, this is what was happening inside the user UI as well, which I was showing you. So this is the user UI done in Angular 17. And I have a Node.js server over here, which is in Node version 22. So this is the logic for getting the user input, trying to instruct the user what has to be given. And once an input is properly given, we're trying to parse it out. The same functionalities which we already spoke about, I have applied them here as well. For example, I've used regular expressions. I've used like, the basic concepts of tokenization, stemming, to strip out the unnecessary content and to take only necessary content. For example, if I'm telling like, book a reservation on September 30th, 7:30 p.m. I don't have to use all the words here. I can simply take like, I can take the date out of it, the time out of it. If I'm saying book year table, I can try to convert it. Year table means one table. If I'm saying couple of tables, then I can simply convert it back to 2 tables. All these things can be done with NLTK itself, and that is what I've done over here. And for some of the text extraction, I've used regular expressions over here as well. So you can see it here. I've just done this to extract the date and time, to extract the number of tables. I have different methods here as well. So this is a Python server which I have done over here. And based on these conversations also, we can try to identify like, how many tokens has been used, like how much the user is trying to interact with with the machine to book a reservation, how many words they are actually using. So all these insights we can get from NLTK as well. So what I've done over here is a couple of examples that tells how NLTK can be used for building chatbots or an automated resume parser. So all these things are done can be done with the help of NLTK, and it's built in NLTK functions as well. So that is what I have demonstrated over here. This is like this will I hope this will give you a short intro about what NLTK is and what it can do it actually. For example, what I have built here is actually very basic two things, and in real time this will be powered by larger LLMs will be powering these things. But to understand how a LLM works, to understand how a transformer works, we need to understand how these basic things works. We need to understand how NLTK will be helpful for building very smaller prototypes. Like if you are doing a very small project, a small research project that is of a very small scale, we don't have to really go on to look into larger LLMs. We can make use of this NLTK things, and we can try to accomplish things with that itself. And it's an open source thing, as I told you. And this is the official website for NLTK. They have already categorized things.
Ajay sir,
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Vimal sir.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Sir, sir, session 11 is going on, sir.
Okay, okay, sir.
After 3:30 p.m., session 12 will start, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Why am I not able to listen, sir? Am I disturbing the session?
No, sir. No, sir.
You put me into the wait list, or how is it possible, sir?
Sir, you are already joined, sir. Joined in this sheet, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I disturbing the session then?
Not, sir. Not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Previous resource person prepare the content. Preparing.
Hello. Hello, is it audible?
Yes, sir. Ajay sir, audible, sir. Continue, sir.
Just give me a minute because hello.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's like where did I just lose the connection? Like until
Ajay sir, you can present it again, please.
okay,
Now you can share your screen, sir.
okay, okay. Give me.
Ajay sir, now you can share your screen.
So just give me a minute. My system is like it has been hanging for a minute.
Ajay sir, if possible, you can send to us through WhatsApp. We will present it. No problem.
Okay, ma'am. Sure. Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Is my screen visible now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yes, sir. Visible.
I think that is what I was discussing at the very end. I was talking about how both the algorithms was actually working, how the Siri parser was working, how the chatbot was working, and whatever we discussed over there has been highlighted here as well. The same algorithms I mentioned, I mentioned over there is given over here, and I think I showed you both the code. Were they actually visible when I was showing the Siri parser code and when I was showing that code for the chatbot as well? So were they actually visible when I was showing? Was that clear at that time? And was it visible at that time, sir? When I was showing the code, like in VS Code, was it visible that time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, just give me a moment. I'm just receiving back from my laptop itself. Okay, I hope I'm once again I'm back from my laptop. Is it's clear, right?
Yes, clear, clear. VS Code is visible now.
Yes, sir. Now visible clearly.
Yeah, am I clear right now?
Yes, yes. Yes,
I'm
sir.
really sorry for the unexpected trouble actually.
Okay.
Network trouble, device trouble. Sorry for that. Okay, let me just quickly wrap up the session since I think I've already taken some time already. So let me just quickly go back to where I was actually talking about. So I have like 3 different files right here with me. So let me just go back to them. I'll just take the code over here and I'll just try to show how NLTK is actually working. So this file over here, this one over here, I'm just taking a sample input and I'm trying to give it to the core demo file. So what we're doing here is actually nothing but we're trying to apply the concepts that we actually learned, through the presentation. So the same thing I've done over here. So the very first thing is tokenization, all the concepts that we have done over there. The same thing, whichever I showed you, like, in a presentation, I've applied them over here in a very practical way. I'm just taking a very small input over here. The input is here, and we're trying to run this one. So let me get back. Okay, so I have the NLP service over here now. I'll open it in the terminal. I'm just going to run the in a Python file. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. Simple. Right. So this was the input text that I've actually taken as the original input text. This is it now over here, and these are the different outputs for it. So for example, we are splitting into tokens. We are just trying to remove these stop words, and then we're trying to do the stemming and lemmatization process. As you can see here, sometimes it may not give the stemming may not give you the exact result, which will be like a proper dictionary word. But lemmatization ensures that every word is like proper and taken back to their root form. And then I've done the POS tagging over here, trying to take each word and trying to find out like what grammatical thing that it provides to the context for the algorithm. That I've done over here using POS tagging. Then I'm taking the named entities. As you can see here, it is mentioning Apple as a noun over here. And similarly, it can takes all the very important words, and what it try to do is like try to give them label over here, whether it is a word, whether it's a noun, it's a name, it's a place. What we are trying to say over here, it is giving it over here. And then this is bag of words, which tells how many times the word has actually occurred in the original context. For example, if I'm taking a word apple over here, we are trying to find out how many times the word apple has occurred in the original context. For example, it has occurred over here and it has occurred over here. So it has occurred twice. So the count actually says twice over here. And this is like TF, IDF. They're trying to find out the frequency of them. And we are just giving the values for them. So how we saw the TF, IDF when we are trying to do the CV parsing, the same concept has been applied here as well. And we can also find out like the bigrams here as well. So for example, from this itself, we can understand which is actually the most essential thing. For example, if I'm taking a bigram, I'm having battery life. So for this, we can understand okay, the user is trying to convey something about the battery, like the Apple iPhone battery life. And also we can talk about WSD here. For example, I've taken the word Apple WSD and it's trying to figure out in what context it has been used, what we are trying to actually speak over here. So this is like applying the very core basics over here. And let me quickly show you two more examples before I end up. So another example that I'm going to take over here is like trying to take some tweets as example. So I'm taking like some 20 or 30 tweets as example. All the tweets are like, relevant with the iPhone, like iPhone 16. So I'm just taking those tweets over here, giving them as an input over here. And we're trying to figure out like which has been the most frequently used word out of it. As I showed you, I showed you frequency distribution, and we can use the plot function to create a visualized result as well. So this is like a visualized result for that. So it tells you like which word has been used most high frequency, which has been used very low frequency. So all these things can be identified with the help of NLTK as well. And also we can understand the top 10 bigrams. So like which has been used altogether, like which two words has been used altogether, we can find them as well. And when I close this, you'll be able to see the word cloud. Right. So it tells like when it is like a cloud of ITV and iPhone 16 tweets. So it tells like which words has been used higher, which words has been used in a very lowest context. So we can see the iPhone is the word which has been used in a very long, a lot of times it has been used. And these are different words which has been used as well. So the content I gave for that is actually this. So I have some 50 plus tweets that tells about, that gives a reviews about iPhone 16. And based off this data, I have just figured out, this information I have figured out, and I can also find out the word of clouds. So NLTK supports visualizations as well. We can make use of them as well. So the final thing is the sentiment analysis. As I told you, you don't have to really go on for you can use existing data, or you can even feed in the original data. For example, I have some 10 reviews about iPhone 16, and based on this, I can use the sentiment intensity analyzer available in NLTK, and I can say which is a positive review, which is a negative review, and how many positive reviews I have, and how many negative reviews I have. Let me quickly run that as well for you. Okay. So now this file takes those 10 inputs, like whatever the user inputs are, it has taken it over here, and it has finally done the job over here. So we have like 7 positive reviews, 2 negative reviews, and 1 neutral review. So, and also it classifies each sentence into whether it's a positive tone, it's a negative tone. For example, if you take a negative tone, you can see it over here. So it tells like Apple disappointed me this year. So this is clearly a negative tone. So we have not done any other algorithm for it. We already have a sentiment intensity analyzer over here. So we are just making use of that to give the score for each and everything. So we are just taking the score with the help of sentiment intensity analyzer function, just passing the data into it, and based on the score, we are trying to see whether it is a positive or negative one. So I try to conclude this way. So basically what we were speaking about was about NLTK. So NLTK will help you to do like different research-oriented things like classification, or trying to analyze things. We have built-in methods and classes for that already. And also if you want to build in your own customized applications like this, whether it's a simple chatbot or simple parsing application, whatever it is, we have like basic supports for that in NLTK. And we can find a lot of functions for that as well, built-in functions and classes for that as well. And we can make use of them to create our own customized application, which is just like this, just like how we showed you over here. So like these are like some basic usages of NLTK, and that's how it is done. So with that, I'll try to wrap up my session.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, now it is your time. Now you can ask any queries from our resource person. Any queries? Now I invite Mrs. V. Gracie Milka, ma'am, Assistant Professor, to propose vote of thanks for this session.
So, very good evening to one and all present here. And with a grateful heart, I bow before our Almighty for His blessings that made this day possible. And on behalf of our department, I sincerely thanks our college management and progressive principal, Dr. C. Ashok Kumar sir, for their guidance and support that encourages our growth and learning. With deep respect, I extend my sincere thanks to our director, Dr. R. Venkatesh Kumar sir, for his visionary leadership and constant guidance throughout this program. Thank you, sir. And next, a very special thanks to our distinguished resource person, Mr. K. Ajay Balaji sir, software analyst at Agilsys, for delivering the session on natural language processing. Sir, your clear explanation and valuable insights have truly motivated and educated us a lot, sir. Thank you very much for your time and effort. And I take this opportunity to appreciate our organizing coordinator, Mrs. A. Agnes Alimo ma'am, and our co-coordinator, Mr. S. Alakumar sir, for their meticulous planning and dedication that made this program very smooth and enriching experience for all the participants. Thank you, ma'am and sir. And finally, I thank all our participants from various colleges. Your active participation and curiosity have added a grateful meaning to this program. And I hope that you all have benefited and gained knowledge, valuable knowledge. Once again, I thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we will enter into the session 12. Yes. Now I will invite Mrs. S. Jabanyana Ruby, ma'am, Assistant Professor, to welcome and introduce our resource person for the session 12. Welcome, ma'am.
Yes, sir. A very good evening to one and all present here. On behalf of the Department of Computer Applications, Ayanada Janahimal College, it is a privilege to deliver the welcome address and introduce the chief guest of session 12 of this ATAL FDP. A warm welcome to everyone joined here for this session. I feel honored to introduce our esteemed resource person for today's session, Dr. A. Vimal Gerald sir, Assistant Professor of Computer Science, St. Joseph's College, Trichy, who has graciously accepted our invitation despite a very busy schedule. Welcome you, sir. Dr. A. Vimal Gerald sir is a distinguished academician, researcher, and educator who has made significant contributions to the field of computer science. His dedication to teaching, research, and the advancement of technology in education is truly commendable. And his numerous awards and recognitions reflect his commitment to his excellence. Sir has a rich academic and professional background that spans over a decade. Here is an overview of some of his notable academic achievements. He has completed MCA, MPhil, MBA, PGDBI, and holds a PhD in computer science. He is a UGC NET qualified academician. His research contributions include publications in prestigious platforms like IEEE and Sprinter. Sir is an active member of professional organizations such as ASDF London, INSC Bangalore, and IEEE. He serves as a reviewer for the reputable international journals, including IEEE Access, indicating his expertise in evaluating and contributing to the scholarly work of others. Sir has received several prestigious awards, including the Global Award for Best Computer Science Faculty from London by ASDF. Now I invite our esteemed resource person, Dr. A. Vimal Gerald sir, to handle the session on the topic Case Studies and Real-Time Datasets for Data Analytics. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to welcome Dr. A. Vimal Gerald sir to add more value to our faculty development program on the topic Case Studies and Real-Time Dataset for Data Analytics. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible. Yes, sir.
1 minute. Most respected principal of the esteemed institution, the host department, Department of Computer Application, Madam Dr. Agnes, Dr. Alagaraja, and all the hosts, all the organizing team, fellow research persons, and my dear participant friends from different colleges across India. A very good afternoon to you all. It gives me immense pleasure to address this distinguished gathering in the AICT Training and Learning ATAL Faculty Development Program on IoT data analysis with practical and exploratory approach. Today, I am invited to speak on the crucial and highly relevant topic, case studies and real-time data set for data analysis. My dear friends, but I am afraid since the given time is very short, we will not be able to explore the practical aspects of the things, but we will certainly look into the theoretical perspective very much strongly. My dear friends, in the world of technology today, where the billions of devices, everybody holds 2-3 devices, minimum 2-3 devices, even in villages. Every phone has got 4-5 sensors to send real-time data, which is to interconnect through Internet of Things. Data has been new oil, but the raw data alone has a little value unless it has collected, processed, analyzed, and interpreted meaningfully. Otherwise, it has no meaning. Case studies offer us the bridge between the theory and practice. See, for example, we might all have theoretical base on IoT, but it is very much imperative that we need to just go in for different case studies. From there, we can adapt different routes on our own research work or for our own exploration of scientific study. So, the case studies, they demonstrate how IoT generates data, which is being used to solve real world problems. Only then we'll be able to, when we understand the case study, we'll be able to know how the real world problem is solved. For example, we have smart home projects at now, and we have smart health, agriculture, industry, environment, etc., for deploying so many smart applications. One side it is case study, it is also equally important that we need to concentrate on real-time data set. We cannot work with dummy data set, which reflect upon dynamic and unpredictable nature of the real world. Yes, unlike the static data, it is pre-cleaned data. Real time, if the data is ready, it should be pre-cleaned for process. But here, the real-time data sets are not pre-cleaned data. They allow us to deal with challenges such as, there will be some values missing. Not all the time you get the perfect data set. We need to clean it. We have anomalies, mistakes, limitations, and we have high velocity of stream. Sometimes it comes in a large volume. Sometimes there is no data. So sometimes it is in heterogeneous format, and we need to convert the data. All these problems are there, and unlike the perfect data set for analysis, that is the challenge of getting real-time data. So by analyzing such data sets, we not only gain deeper insights, but also learn practical techniques and exploratory data analysis, that is EDA, exploratory data analysis, visualization, and certain cases, predictive methods or modeling or analysis, and also we'll be good at anomaly detection. So my dear friends, in this session, we will walk through some carefully chosen case studies. Some chosen case studies which we're all familiar with. Each one highlighting how data transforms for decision making, how data is being inferred, and how data is being made as a decisions further for smart applications. We will also explore how real-time data set that demonstrate data pre-processing and some statistical exploration. See, I do not know whether time will permit, but I shall certainly perform one data set with analysis with the tool called Julius. Okay, I don't mean we will go about every statistical, analytics that we could, but at least descriptive statistical analysis I shall make. And if possible, we will also go for visualization of one data set, just to give you a hands-on at the end, if possible. Okay. And by the end of the talk, I hope each one of you will be able to connect these learnings to your own teachings, maybe some occasion to some extent, or for your research, or for the professional practice of working out with your own models. And more importantly, the inspiration, it is very important that we need to inspire students today. Now, practically, we need to deal with these things, because this is all bearing employability skills. So it becomes essential, and it becomes vital to inspire our students, to make them critical thinkers about IoT data inferring, IoT data analysis, and how these IoT can solve societal problem, so that when they become coders, when they become software engineers, they'll be able to give us the best which are expected by the industry, and they'll be able to be capable of solving industry-based challenges and problems. With that short note, I shall just move ahead for the presentation. Kindly allow me a minute or two to share presentation. So it will be mostly on theoretical presentation. Then last, I'll just go about just giving you giving you a demonstration. Kindly hold on, dear friends. Is my screen visible? Can someone vouch me? Is my screen visible?
No, sir.
Professor, is my screen visible?
No, sir.
Is it visible, sir, right now?
No, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Present.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is every one of you are able to see my screen? Yes, everyone. Am I audible? Is everything okay?
So sir, everything is clear, sir.
Yeah, thank you. As I told you earlier, I'm just starting with the presentation. I've just given you a prelude of the presentation. In this session, we'll be just going about learn 1 minute. Yeah. Now, is it moving to the second one? Is it moving to the second one? For me, I have some issues here. Is it moving towards the second one? Okay. Now, my dear friends, to cut short the entire presentation, we'll just begin to understand the fundamental capabilities of IoT, followed by how IoT could be leveraged for smart application. We will then discuss selected case studies to illustrate real-world IoT problems, and finally we will explore real data sets. How some of the real-world data sets, I'm going to list you some of the real-world data sets. You can note down and explore later through different URLs. I will also just suggest you a few techniques and tools for data analysis. This will just give you a balanced perspective of theory, applications, and practice. Now, everybody knows very clearly that what is IoT. Before that, I shall just give you a practical picture of the digital world today. Imagine 30 years before. We were not enjoying all these facilities. Today, human life have become very, very smarter, very smart. All of us are able to enjoy the privileges of technology, advancements of technology, because of progressive communication technology, progressive telecommunication technology, and the other trendy areas of technological advancements. We have agriculture completely, technologically blended. We have no manual laborers today for agriculture. So and hence we need to depend upon only technology. Likewise, transports is very challenging today. Number of vehicles are coming up, so transportation is completely connected in all the different types of transportation. We have medicine. The need is very large, and the capabilities and the human experts are very less. So we need to depend upon the technology. So the whole world is dependent on technology. Yes, my dear friends, see here some of the real world examples that I'm giving you here. Look at here. See, a robot is plumbing, and a robot is serving food in a hotel, and a robot is serving in the hospital. The third one may be fictional, but all the others are true. This is in China, and this is in Chennai. Robot serving food. And the fourth one is real time. We all know real time autonomous vehicle. It is in US. We cannot expect the same in Indian roads because the conditions are not that standard, but we will sooner have. So these are all some of the examples. And my dear friends, these are all stack of technology. Okay, these are all stack of technology. We all know these technologies that have made every domain smarter, and every domains have its own capabilities of improving and giving the best for human beings, or the best applications for the human life to be more and more smarter. You all know it's very clear that the cloud computing is one of the backbone for IoT, and blockchain is also integrated with IoT. Of course, blockchain has got more potential applications today. Even Tamil Nadu government has connected land registrations with blockchain. So application is very much potential in blockchain. So it also depends upon Internet of Things. So, and we have remote learning. You know, that today with the advent of recent techniques and technologies adapted into learning environment, we have automated learning environment where IoT becomes vital. And we also have AR, VR based models and applications where the Internet of Things is centered around for fixing different sensors and inferring data accordingly to give them an immersive experience. So my dear friends, for all these technologies, the center is IoT. Either one or the other technology is dependent on IoT. Okay, IoT is very much essential for each of these. Either IoT depend on these technologies, or these technologies depend on IoT. They are all interconnected. Now, my dear friends, AI, all of us know this is most used word these days. Everybody talks about AI. Every corner of the world, every domain has penetrated AI, and it has its own capability of narrow AI, using it for specific applications like agriculture, health, home, and so on. And we also have generative AI, which produces results in the form of text, audio, video, and so on, based on the prompt that we give. And we also have super AI, which is still in research. My dear friends, out of all these, we have narrow AI, which has direct bearing on IoT. And when we talk about agentic AI, completely dependent on IoT. So IoT and AI go hand in hand. So if at all we want to come out the creative applications in IoT, we can just get intertwined with AI, so that you can come out with beautiful, wonderful products of IoT. So AI becomes essential today, going along with IoT. Now, what is IoT? All of us are very much familiar with the term IoT. IoT that infers, it is first of all, it is a global network. That is why any data from anywhere, any corner of the world, we will be able to infer, analyze, and it could be used for potential processing, then applications, smarter applications. So it is essentially a global network connected with different devices, objects that can interact one another, communicate to one another. It builds on the standards and different protocols. Though we use different sets of heterogeneous devices, vastly not connected to each other, not related to each other, but we are able to connect with this with the help of interoperable communication protocols. And it also allows physical and virtual things to have unique identities. Every device, we all know, every device is uniquely identified. When we infer real-time data, it should not have it should not have anomalies with regard to identities of each devices. Naming an identity is a major concern today, but it is being solved. So one is identity, second one is attributes of every device and object, and even personalities. Even human beings and other live animals can also be connected. So my dear friends, these devices use intelligent interfaces seamlessly, which integrate with information networks. In short, the IoT connects physical and digital world. Physical as well as digital world. One side, it is physical, means it is living and non-living, virtual and real. The other side, digital capabilities of connections. For what? Enabling smart decisions. For what the smart decisions? To deploy smart applications and for automation. So this is with regard to IoT, as we all familiarly know. These are all fundamental and specific applications of IoT. My dear friends, this has been quite a longer time. Maybe for about 25 years of research is still going on, and every day newer capabilities are coming up increasingly with smart healthcare. With the help of IoT and AI, we have got potential application in healthcare. I can just give you a number of applications. We will just take up one or two case studies. We also have potential need in agriculture too. As I told you earlier, today in India, take for example in Tamil Nadu scenario, there are no agriculture laborers are available. Even we may have plenty of acres of land, but still we are unable to just go ahead, in agriculture works. So we are dependent on, naturally we are dependent on some technology when there is unavailability of laborers or skilled artisans. So we are dependent one way. My own friend who is working in IoT agriculture, who is automating the process of manual process of agricultures. And we also have the smart cities today. In the vantage point, signals along with signal sensors are fixed. To monitor the violation of traffic, we have speed violation, we have helmet and other rules and regulations violation. All that could be just monitored. So smart city not only has smart traffic, we also have other applications, like energy consumption or street light monitoring and control, supervision of crowd controlling. All that could be part of smart city project. Okay, smart city project thoroughly depends on IoT and industrial IoT. Today, it's many industries. Even today, Bosch. There's a news that Bosch is going to relieve 30,000 employees because of automation. Every industry aiming up automating their own processes. So for that, thoroughly IoT based, IIoT. We all know IIoT, industrial based Internet of Things, which is very much vehemently coming up with its own significant applications in industries, making every process automated. And we also enjoy the privileges at home. Those days we were able to control the machines manually. Today, every machine, every gadget, electronic gadget, for example AC, for instance, you'll be able to have automatic controlling system with the help of sensors, with the help of IoT pattern. And my dear friends, we need not even have control over from here. Automatically it can be done over the cloud. Okay, need not be a electronic project. It is capable of doing analytics over the globe, over the global infrastructure, that is IoT infrastructure. So the potential applications are not limited, my dear friends. I can just go on, let you know different fields where even in the field of games, we have IoT. Even in the fields of business, we have IoT. For example, marketing, supermarkets, if you want to bill automatically, imagine a scenario where products are labeled with IoT sensors and devices, or maybe a strip, RFID strip, or any other device. So people can take up automatically their own things as they accumulate the things. Once the purchase is over, as they try to go out of the purchasing hall or maybe purchasing unit, they will be billed automatically. They will be billed automatically. The bill will be accumulated and it will be charged from their own account. It happens. It is actualized in some of the cities in foreign countries. So my dear friends, I can just go on give you number of examples like this in IoT. Let us just go in for some specific applications of IoT. Before that, let me just explain you the importance of real-time data from IoT. It becomes very, very important that we need to understand the real-time data sets from IoT. Why do we need real-time data set? See, for example, for academicians, mostly what do? We don't worry about real-time data sets. We use the data sets which are already available. We are not bothered about whether the data has been generated fine or not. But we use it for our own research work or one or the other works. It becomes very, very important that the real-time data set that gives us meaningful data it is very important that it lies the capability of capturing while it happening. Whenever it happens, whenever something happens, for example, a vehicle is moving, I would like to have the data not after completion of the journey. For example, I have booked my ticket on a maybe a red bus or some other transport or even a train. I would like to know where my bus is, where my train is. So automatically it becomes very important that the real-time data is very much essential for tracking my vehicle. Similarly for the other applications. So it generates, the real-time data generates massively. So imagine that there are plenty of applications, numerous applications across the globe. It accumulates the data in a mass number, and so it becomes very important to have the capability of processing simultaneously while capturing. And my dear friends, the real-time data also allows the business, it allows the businesses and in healthcare and in other areas to make appropriate decisions at the right time. So decision making becomes very, very important. For example, I'm just inferring data from patients. So it is very much very much important that real-time data analysis for a patient is very much essential. If something goes wrong alarmingly, if the physical parameters of a patient goes wrong in an alarming way, immediately the doctor or a physician or some attendant should be alerted. So I need to take decision based on the data analysis that has been done instantaneously. I'll have to make decisions. And for example, if something happens in agriculture field, so I need to immediately adjust remotely. See, for example, my land may be far away from me. If I don't have laborers, maybe at night, if something happens, maybe motor pump is still flowing, I need to have control over the motor pump to be switched off or switched on. Wasting of water can be avoided just remotely adjusting in the agriculture field. So we can just get it involved for a remote adjustments in the field. And sometimes it is also very important for proactive maintenance. See, what happened when the Mangalyaan project, our vehicle carries the satellite and it landed in the moon. There was some problem. In that case, human beings cannot solve. So there are some proactive measures have to be taken automatically. So in similar cases in IoT applications, in real-time data analysis, if something goes wrong, it has to be set right immediately, particularly in the industrial IoT applications. So we need to take proactive measure to regain the processing capability of an engine or a process or some work that is going on in that industry. Okay, that is another reason why the real-time data set is important. And rapid response is very, very much needed. For example, on the roads, we meet a lot of accidents. We come across a lot of accidents. In that case, rapid response is essential. And if there is a fire set unnoticingly in a village or in a mountain or where people cannot notice easily, in those situations, rapidly the response system should work or should alert people to set things right. So these are all very important factors that it shows very important that we need to understand the importance of real-time data set for IoT. Okay, these are all reasons for real-time data sets for IoT. Right. Let me just go ahead, my dear friends. And the power of real-time data. So far I have told you about the capabilities of real-time data. The power of data, that is very much essential that as academicians we should know the power of real-time data than the existing data which is already available for processing. My dear friends, the true power of real-time data is in its ability to transform raw information into timely and meaningful insights. It has to be done timely and meaningfully. Both are important. Timely means at a point of time if something goes wrong, it has to be reacting or responding based on analysis, and the insight has to be taken. An immediate response is essential. So unlike the static historical data or real-time data, the data which is existing, the real-time data that reflects current events and enable immediate action. Immediate action is essential. For example, if there is going to be a stampede in a crowd, we need to immediately take some measures so that we can save lives. If there is a bridge is going to be demolished, immediately traffic has to be stopped automatically without human interventions. For instance, I tell you in industry settings, real-time monitoring of machine vibration. Data can prevent cost breakdowns. Yeah. Similarly, in smart grids, the real-time consumption of data can help the balance energy distribution over more efficient ways. So these are all some of the capabilities of real-time. Power of real-time data. Okay, my dear friends. So through which we are able to get real-time insights. Based on that, we'll be able to just make something, save something, or make something, or to take any decisions. And we'll be able to understand the current state of some process in industry or in some research. And we'll also be able to get accurate data in the real-time data. See, when we use the historical data, which is stored already, static data, which has been already collected, may have some errors, but real-time data that gives us the exact information. These are all some of the powerful capabilities of real-time data sets. Now, my dear friends, the role of data analytics in extracting business. My dear friends, the data analytics plays a central role in extracting value from IoT data. IoT depends on, when we talk about IoT, we need to collect data and it has to be processed 24/7. We collect data in a mass number for different applications. For example, imagine that we are able to collect health data of all the elderly people in India, a project by Government of India. Imagine that all the people from people above 60 years older, all their age, all their health parameters with a wearable monitored 24/7. We'll be accumulating huge data volume. The huge data volume has to be analyzed and that has to be made with a decision. Similarly, for a business value, I can just give you some real-time examples a bit later. So by analyzing the streams of data being generated by volumes of devices, it could organize and can improve efficiency. It can cut down the costs, unnecessary costs, and create new services. It can create new services. Maybe, for example, I can just give you in a business value. For example, availability of taxis. If I want to search for a taxi going from my home to maybe airport or railway station, I'll be able to just check whether the taxis are available and will I be able to go, the traffic flow can be analyzed. All these are possible by real-time analytics. So these are all some of the services. So productive analysis, my dear friends, the productive analysis can help industries schedule maintenance before a failure occurs. Otherwise, the industries will have to make costly mistakes from which they will have to learn, they will have to pay a lot. So it is very much important that industries have to set predictive analytics so that they can avoid errors and mistakes. And perspective analytics can guide decisions. For example, it gives us the best course of action for any event that has occurred. Essentially, IoT combined with data analytics translates data into business values. The data value processed into a business value. Am I clear to you? So the role of analytics is very important, live, for converting the raw data into meaningful insights, and the meaningful insights will improve the business value of any cases that we use. Now I just go in for the case studies. Before I go in for the case studies, I shall just give you a simple example of collecting data, making it as a business value. For example, we go into a supermarket, we go maybe a hotel or a supermarket, or maybe a large food court where data being consumed. Food is being consumed by different different people, and with cameras and with sensors and with with other devices and objects, will be able to infer data 24/7, maybe at the prescribed time, where we need to analyze we need to collect the data, and the data has to be cleansed first, and the data has to be analyzed based on a pattern. For example, what is the food that is most consumed, what type of garnishing that they like, and what is the taste that they like, and which shop people like to move ahead. All these will be analyzed based on a pattern. From the pattern existing, we'll be just moving towards discovering the trends today. For example, in a shopping area, in a shopping mall, maybe during Diwali season or other seasons, what could be the best apparels that people go in for? What do they like? What model? All these will be just based on their choices. Whenever they take and they will, they'll be able to have the pattern, and they'll be able to go for discovering the trends in a particular business. And based on the correlations, based on the identification of new trends, they'll be able to go for actionable insights. For example, if a particular apparel is not going well, if a particular food is not taken by participants, there will be some changes made by the concerned industries, either food industry or apparel industry. They'll go for a change of taste, they'll go for change of garnishing, they'll go for change of recipe, or they'll go for change of design and model. So this is a simple model of raw data being cleansed and utilized for processing based on patterns. Patterns could use mathematical modeling and predictive analysis techniques, so that the insights out of the analysis could give us an actionable changes that could be converted into a value added business. Right, let me just take you all for benefits, for social and environmental benefits. Now, my dear friends, why IoT data analytics are very important for social analysis to the society or for environment? We have so many projects. Smart city project, we have smart city project where we have capabilities of cleaning. We should have clean city, and we should have energy less consumed, and energy with consumption of less with regard to wastage of energy in the city. For example, we have seen in the cities garbages accumulated, particularly during festivals. In that case, people will not be in a larger city like Chennai, Mumbai, and so on, where limited employees, they'll not be able to notice. In such cases, we'll be able to just get real-time data analytics to have immediate actions to clear off the garbages collected, or energy is being wasted in the form of lights or water. All that can be automatically done with the help of IoT data analysis with real time. And in public safety, in a place where during festivals, where large crowd gather, particularly during festivals of puja, or maybe during some large gathering during New Year and so on, for some Kumbh Mela or somewhere, you have lakhs and lakhs of people, millions of people gather at a point of time. That the crowd will be easily analyzed, so that the crowd monitoring can give the real-time insights to police department, so that they can have the crowd in control. They can take alternative measures to avoid stampede and so on. As usually, as I told you, environmental monitoring. These days we are suffering with cloud bursting. Because of the cloud burst, a lot of states are witnessing heavy rainfall. So that could be predicted immediately, and as a human being, if something goes wrong at night, maybe a downpour of rain at night, the human beings will not be able to be easily they will not be able to easily reachable. In that case, we'll be able to just have immediate response system to avoid or to safeguard ourselves. We cannot avoid the cloud burst, but to immediately to save people, some responsive mechanisms can be adapted with the help of IoT data analysis. These are all some of the social and environmental benefits of IoT data being analyzed in a real time. So, my dear friends, let me just go in for each case study one by one. So now I shall just give you in three aspects. Number one, what is the use case? What are the data sources? What are the different data sources, objects that infer the data 24/7, and what could be the real analysis that is done? We have smart homes, particularly. I'm not, smart homes could be, controlling the electronic gadgets. Number one, in a remote places. For example, if at home, if the electronic gadget have to be switched off, I can control it automatically. When I want to turn on my refrigerator, I can turn on. When I want to turn on my air conditioning machine, I can turn on. So controlling of electronic gadgets, number one, and controlling of IoT based cameras, security systems for home. All these are there, but I'm just taking up energy optimization for the smart home. Now here as use case, we have got the smart thermostats to measure the heat, and we have occupancy of different sensors, smart plugs to optimize HVAC and reduce the usage of energies. See, today we are wasting power, which is very much essential. We need to see certain energies are not renewable. So in that case, we need to be very, very cautious. And here, with regard to power, we have renewable energies are very, very less. So renewable energy sources are very, very less. So we need to be optimize. We need to optimize the usage of energy. In that case, what are the different data sources which infers data set? I mean, which infers data. One is temperature. Through temperature, when the usage increases, temperature increases, and humidity. Occupancy, how long it is being utilized, how long a particular device or a particular bulb or a particular gadget is being utilized, and power consumption monitoring, and device runtime. So all these are different data sets that can be inferred 24/7 through different sensors and objects. And what could be analyzed? We can make real-time forecasting based on humidity and temperature. We can have anomaly detection in case of heating. If a machine getting heated up abnormally, we'll be able to have anomaly detection and rule-based automation. See, for example, what could be the optimal usage of power for a home? What could be the optimal usage of power for industries? Rule-based. What could be the rule for this? What could be for these gadgets for home, for public places, and so on. Based on the rule, we can make things adapted. So these are all some of the real-time analysis of energy consumption in an optimized way for the smart home. And dear friends, we have healthcare. Healthcare is one of the potential area where we can just collect real-time data from patients. One is having collected the data, analyzing the patient's history later is something which has been done conventionally forever, for a quite long time. But today, without so there are so many patients, need of healthcare is more, and we don't have proper human resources. In that case, we can also monitor patients from far away in a remote area. For example, we have a doctor expert who is living in faraway place, but we would like to have monitoring of the patients live 24/7 in a critical condition. We can very well make use of remote patient monitoring system through IoT. Here, the use cases, wearables like watch. We have wearables that infer health parameters 24/7. For example, heart pulse, blood pressure, or the other measures of physical parameters have been inferred by wearables. And smart monitoring devices. We have cameras, we have different sensors that infers the state of human beings and patients. And we also have smart heart rate, which can be easily inferred with different smart devices. And we also have different activities, how patients improve or patient deteriorate, all that. And fault detection, if something goes wrong in an alarming way, it will be able to identify. These are all some of the use cases of monitoring patients. I shall give you one simple example with patient monitoring. Imagine that a patient after discharge from the hospital, still patients need care of the physician. In that case, at home, people imagine that everybody goes for their own work. They will be the patients are left alone. In that case, if something goes wrong, immediately with the help of wearables and other objects, the real-time data from the patient 24/7 is inferred, and immediate analysis is needed, and immediate data decisions are taken. Insights are given to the doctors to take immediate reaction. That is to save a life. This is a simple use case. What are the different data sources? As I told you, blood pressure, pulses, heart rate, step count, how many steps that I take up, and devices of battery, alerts, through alerts, triggers, all that are some data sources. And what are the different analysis that we can make it through healthcare is real-time alerts. When the patient is deteriorating, when the patient's condition is going wrong, when the patient has to be given serious, serious care, alerts are given. And risk scoring. For example, heart pulse is going down. The risk scoring can also be taken based on the analysis. And trend detection. See, for example, what is the trend? What is the major disease that is being recorded in this season? Imagine there is a rainy season. If there is contaminatory disease spreading, it can be easily help the government to check the trend that is being spread based on the seasons. It will be very helpful for the government as well as for the clinics to just come out with alternative measure for a particular season, particularly for the governments in the large scale. And my dear friends, the smart city. Smart city, many examples that I can give, that I'm just taking up traffic and environmental sensing. Use cases, traffic sensors, through Google Map. Through Google Map, we come to know how many minutes will it take from my place to the place that I am intending to go. So it depends on the kilometer, depends on the traffic. The traffic flow can be automatically detected, and Google applies IoT-based traffic monitoring system, and it gives us the congestion in the map. Accordingly, the time consumed for traveling from one place to the other place will be automatically let known to the people who use Google Maps. So traffic sensors and air quality monitoring systems. Every city, the government of Tamil Nadu has fixed air quality monitoring stations through which we'll be able to know whether the air quality is better or worse. Based on that, we'll be able to take measures, particularly Delhi-like cities. Immediate measures have to be taken based on the air quality. And connected street lights. Sometimes those olden days, maybe even before 5 years, sometimes the street lights will be continuously glowing. In that case, we can sense and we can switch off, turn off the street lights. Wherever it is necessary, it will be on. Wherever it is unnecessary, it will be off. And while the sun comes, if the later daylight comes in, the street lights will be automatically going off. And data sources. Look at a vehicle count, number of vehicles, the speed of the vehicle, and the flow of the vehicle, and the routes taken. All these are some of the data sources with regard to IoT traffic. And NO2, even carbon dioxide, and similar sensors of humidity, or maybe vehicle sensors of monitoring gas detection sensors, cameras, meta cameras that takes up traffic, speed and flow, and light usage. Maybe sometimes when you use dim dip insert, automatically it can detect and send fine for traffic violation. All these are some of the data sources that it can infer for smart cities. And analysis, as I told you earlier, congestion could be analyzed and precautionary measures can be taken. That route can be avoided, particularly for ambulance and for the immediate vehicle flow. And we can also have adaptive signal rules. For example, sometimes, when there is a fixed signals, there won't be vehicle, but we'll all be waiting. The other three parts, there won't be vehicle at all. So in that case, based on the traffic flow, adaptive traffic signals can also be adapted in using this IoT-based traffic system. And pollution hot mapping. See, in the cities like Delhi, where pollution go in an alarming rate with regard to air quality, immediate measures are taken and suggested so that people could be stopped fainting and so on. People could be prevented from fainting and so on with immediate measures taken, not to going into that zone and so on. And my dear friends, industrial-based predictive maintenance. In industries, use cases could be vibration, temperatures of machines and motors, bearings. Sometimes if the bearing fails, the entire machine do not go over and the failure occurs. All these are some of the use cases. The data sources are vibrations of the machines, temperature of the machine, the motor temperature of the machine, how many hours that it has continuously run, error codes and error signals, all that are being taken. Maybe the lights, different kinds of lights, the colors, all that can be taken into the data sources, some of the data sources. And the analysis could be, predictive modeling. It can be used for classification as well as for regression, and to identify the root cause of a problem, to solve the problem. And maintenance scheduling, schedule the maintenances which are very much essential based on the inferring data. And these are all some of the analysis that could be done in the industry, so that we can avoid accidents at the industry, we can avoid breakdowns of machines, we can avoid you can avoid false products, errors in the products, or mistakes in the products or deliverables. And the agriculture also, I can give you potentially so many applications. In agriculture, we can go for prediction of crop growth, prediction of pathologies, and prediction of water monitoring. Not prediction, water monitoring. All that can be done. So how resources in IoT based agriculture done? So I'm just giving you some of the use cases. For example, I wanted to water, I wanted to have a watering or self-drip irrigation. Self-drip irrigation. If the water flow along with the rain, so it will immediately stop the water flow, so that we can save the energy if there is a rain, and it is enough for the ground or enough for the crop with the water. For example, paddy, we need to have a certain amount of water existing in the paddy field. If the water flow or water stagnancy goes down, automatically it has to alert, and there should be a flow of water. So use cases is we need to measure the soil moisture measure, and microclimate. Every minute the climate has to be assessed, and irrigation control. Whenever there is to be weeding to be done, when sowing to be done, when harvesting to be done, that can be one. And to maximize the yield, one use case is to maximize the yield by pathological remedies, and to save water. What are the data sources? We have moisture, we have soil temperature, we have ambient temperature, we have humidity, we have different incidents that occur during the agriculture processes and so on. These are all different data sources that take up data 24/7 for analysis. What could be the analysis? See, for example, irrigation scheduling. What is the time to be watering, and how much to be watered? All that could be scheduled. And growth stage modeling. Now we'll be able to just predict the growth of the crops. And anomaly detection. If there is small insects that spoils the entire set of crops, we'll be able to identify the disease and control the pests automatically based on the analysis. So these are all some of the use cases that I have listed, my dear friends. Now, for a set of use case, I just would like to give you 1 minute. What is the time? 1 minute, dear friends. 1 minute, dear friends. I'll just finish it off within 10 to 15 minutes, right? So what are the real-time data set? What are the structure of the real-time data? What should the real-time data set have? This is the schema. So the field, every field should have timestamp. What is the time it is being inferred? When is the data being recorded? Number one. And every device, every object has to be named. The device ID, object ID should be there. And the category of devices. What are the, every device is in heterogeneous in nature. So we need to know the type of device based on which the data can be converted one to the other, maybe digital to analog, analog to digital in most of the cases. And sensor types. for example, whether it is for temperature sensor or heart rate sensor, and type of sensor has to be mentioned. And what is the value? What is the unit of measurement? That has to be put under. So numeric sensor reading and the location from where the data being collected and the battery level of a device, that has to be also be obtained. And the status, whether the status is okay or not okay with certain conditions, all these are to be compulsorily collected in a data set for a anomal, with data being data analysis without anomalies. So all these fields are very much essential in a real-time data set schema. Now look at here, I just have given some of one of the sample data set. Look at here, the timestamp is here, type of device is here, sensor type is here, value of the data, the unit, location, and the battery status, whether the data is okay or this cannot be taken into consideration. All these are given one by one. So please keep that in mind when you collect real-time data set. All these are very much essential for predicting real-time analysis and its insights. And this is a simple example of descriptive statistic analysis, dear friends. Look at here, I have just given you, this is a set of data, this set of data for data set, and which is analyzed, and the real-time data value has been given as a visual. Now let me just give you some of the use cases. I want you to monitor, I want you to please note down, dear friends. This will be certainly be helpful to you for real-time data analysis using these models. Number one, I'm just giving you some one by one. I don't have time to explain all these properly. You can just take it from me just for your homework. So my dear friends, this is UCI Smart Home Dataset. The dataset source is from University of California for machine learning repository. So you can even go log in and get the usage of this. This is about collecting data for smart home environment that includes data collection that includes temperature, humidity, light motion, energy consumption, and so on. Some of the key attributes, timestamp, as I told you, device sensor, type of devices, sensor value, application ID, and the level of consumption of energy. And the data characteristics are for this UCI smart home from the California University dataset is, time series data and continuous discrete. It's all discrete data. Some values may be missing, that has to be cleansed in a real-time database base. And the potential usage of this is it can be adapted in energy optimization, anomaly detection, and occupation of smart home automation with regard to anomaly set and anomaly remedies. And this is also another industry-based IoT database from a dataset, real-time dataset from NASA for prognostic data repository, where you have engine, it simulates engine degradation. It includes sensor data, and we also have key attributes. These are all key attributes: unit number, cycle number of the motor run, sensor ID, sensor value, and also we have what is the condition of operating. We also, on the other hand, we have key attributes like sensor data characteristics, set time series, values, and multiple operating conditions. We also have potential usages of this use case is we in predictive analysis, predictive maintenance, and live prediction for of a machine, of an engine, and anomaly detection. If there is an anomaly, we'll be able to just solve the problem and issues in the industry. And dear friends, we also have another real-time data set available for environmental based data set, which potentially just monitor air quality, pollution status, and environmental impact. We will be able to collect continuous data sets based on the data quality, the sources, and different pollutants, and the key attributes. All these are available in this set. I shall do one thing. I shall just give you the list of data sets wherever it is available. Now, I'm going to give you friends through Alagaraja sir or through Agnes ma'am. I shall give you the set of data, the set of real-time data sets where you can avail the data for immediate research and your work. And my dear friends, these are all some of the considerations. We need to consider all these elements, all these factors for real-time while we engage ourselves for real-time data analysis. Number one, data volume. See, all these IoT engagements in business as well as in smart cities or environment or industry or agriculture or whatever case may be, IoT generates large volume of data. So we need to just take care of the large volume of data, for which it requires efficient data storage, cloud storage or the efficient cloud storage mechanism and processing techniques. So we need to be careful about large volume of data. Any technique for analysis should be scalable. So sometimes the data will be very low and we'll be able to have larger set of data. We need to be careful about scalability of the processing capability and data velocity. When the real-time data streams that requires lower latency to enable timely decision making. Otherwise, if there is latency more, you'll not be able to save life. Sometimes, you need to take decisions in a fraction of seconds. If there is a latency in fraction of seconds or microsecond or nanosecond, we will be missing that benefit of IoT applications or smartness. And data variety. IoT devices are heterogeneous in nature. We need to work with a different heterogeneity. We need to understand the heterogeneity of data. Sometimes with regard to analog data, we need to convert that into digital. Then we need to take it for data processing. So we need to know what are the different formats of data in the application, in a particular application. What are the different formats of data? What are the different sources of data, and how these data could be integrated for processing. We should also be careful about standardizing data. We collect data from different standards of devices, different types of data. All these have to just go in for following one standard, a constrained application standards, or maybe constrained devices protocols can be used for variety of data. Heterogeneity of data has to be taken care. And veracity of data. Sensor can be noisy. Sometimes uncleansed data in the real-time database and real-time data inferring, we have anomalies, we have inaccuracy. So we need to require data cleaning for the real-time data inferring and analysis. So we need to have two things. Number one, with regard to veracity, we need to clean up the data. Real-time cleaning is needed, and real-time validation technique is also needed in case of data inferring in a large volume. And we should also be careful about data security as well as devices security. Both are very, very important. So IoT devices and streams are vulnerable always for an attack, for a threats. So we need to look for a viable security system, end-to-end, devices to application. End devices which collects inferring, if it infers data, and at the end, the other end with the application till the end to end, we need to think of stronger security system with an efficient algorithms are essential. So these are all very much essential for a real-time data analysis. Now, dear friends, these are all some of the tools you can note it down. So for streaming and for processing, data, number one, we have Apache. Apache different tools. Look at here. We have got Kafka, we have got Flink, and we have got Spark. All these will stream the data. Then for setting it as database and cleansing and putting it in order for analysis, we use different sets of databases, and these are all some of the famous set of databases based on time. And we have cloud platform. Even for students, even for academicians, we can go in for academician account with your own domain. With institutional domain, we'll be able to just get the usage of all these cloud platforms. AWS, we have Azure, and we have cloud platforms. We can utilize the capabilities of all these three platforms free of cost to certain extent to use it for our real-time projects. And we also have tools for visualization. These are all some of the tools which are very, very trendy. Grafana and Kibana and Tableau. All these are very much prevalent. Some of them are open source, particularly ODM, Orange Data Mining. That is so much helpful, completely free and open source. You can download it and install it in a system where you can load the real-time data set. We have got plenty of mathematical modeling can be adapted, and appropriate statistical technique can be adapted so easily. We need not be master over the statistical analysis, but just if you have right idea on how the data should be analyzed, we'll be able to make analysis, make use of ODM for better analysis. And we also have Julius. Julius AI is an AI tool which could help us to analyze as well as visualize the data. Now, my dear friends, I shall just take up, I have no time to take up the query. Straight away, I shall move on for the demonstration. Kindly hold on for a while, just for a minute or two, just for a minute. Look at here, I shall take you to Google. I'm just taking you for a demonstration. Kindly hold on for a while. Dear professors, I'm unable to just give you, I wanted to give you a demonstration how data being inferred in a real-time project, but I'm unable to give you. Right now, I've got a data set. I'm going to analyze that and show you. I'm going to analyze and visualize and show you.
Thank you, sir. We learned a lot.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. I'm just
Okay.
Just fire.
Participants, any queries?
2-3 minutes. 2-3 minutes. I'm just logging on to. Kindly hold on. Now look at here. I shall give you. So, dear friends, see, I have taken to Julius. Look at here. This is Julius, and I shall just show you ODM also. This is completely free for analysis. This tool is completely free for analysis. See here. Please type ODM, orange data mining. Okay, you type orange data mining. I'm just showing you this tool and analysis in Julius. Okay, so this is ODM, orange data mining. So go for this. See this is the one. See here. You can go to this tool and download. Okay, you can download this tool and install it, and you can use it for any type of IoT based data analysis with the help of AI modeling. Okay, and mathematical modeling are there. Ready-made modelings are available. You can employ for mathematical modeling and statistical analysis for your data set, and appropriately you will also be able to visualize beautifully well. This is orange data mining. And look at here, this is Julius. Look at here, friends. This is Julius AI. Please log into Julius AI. Please log into Julius AI, where you can load your data set. Here, one thing, my dear friends, it cannot help you for direct analysis, live analysis. You can get the data set and you can analyze just for a research purpose. If you want to go for real analysis, you should go for one of the cloud platforms where you can employ their own direct analysis. Like you can also use Tableau or Power BI, which can directly infer the real-time data set and you can analyze. If you have the real-time data set, if you've got a data set, if you want to analyze just for a PhD research and so on, you can make use of this. Look at here, just in the plus symbol, click the plus symbol here. You can upload. See here, I just click upload. Friends, I just once again remind you, this is not real-time analysis during the data collection. It has been already done. A data collection has been inferred. Data set has been inferred. Using that, I'm going to make an analysis just for a model. Okay. See here, I have a data set which has been collected from a source, real-time source. Just 2 minutes. Yeah. See here. I have loaded the data set. Waiting for us to look at here. IoT. Is it visible, sir? Sir, is it visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Just loaded the data. I don't have time to have visualization of different aspects, so I wanted to go for make descriptive statistical analysis of the data set. See, I'm just giving IoT based data set and visualize visualize important insights. Okay, important insights of the analysis. Okay, I've just given a prompt. In general. Okay, in general. Look at here. I just go in for this prompt. See, look at here. The timestamp is here. In this data set, we have timestamp, we have device ID. These are all very much essential. Any IoT based data, these should be essentially be listed. Timestamp, device ID, device type, sensor type, value, actual value, and the location, battery type, whether the data has to be accepted or not. All these should be there. Right. I just give the prompt. See here. Similarly, my dear friends, see, we have got Power BI that can directly infer the data from in a real time, and based on which, based on your algorithm, based on your real AI-based machine learning algorithms, you'll be able to detect easily. And similarly, you can also use ODM. ODM can also be used for real-time data analysis. Directly, you can infer the data 24/7, and the analysis could be done with ODM also. Look at here, it could generate, friends, please be reminded of, it can generate you programs automatically, either in Python or in R language. You can make different analysis and insights. Look at here, my dear friends. So it has given me all the insights that are needed. Look at here, one by one I'm just showing you. See here, there are different tables being generated along with visuals. Look at here, my dear friends. See here, these are all different tables. If you want to view this table, you can click and view this table. So this has got descriptive statistic for numeric columns, count of occurrences, categorical variables, resamples of time series data, and creates visualization. Okay, that has been also given. Look at here, these are all visualization. All these are table data, and all these are essential visualization. It also has got text data given in the form of text. Look at here, IoT data set loaded, that is given here. If you want to download, you can download. Look at here, you can export it as a CSV format, and you can expand and see. And now look at here, now statistical description. Now what is the count? Total number of data is 2000, and the battery account, and the mean value of the battery, standard deviation for these, and minimum value is 0.0, and the battery minimum is 7.1, the 25th percentile, 50th percentile, 75th percentile, and maximum value. All these are given. These are all some of the statistical descriptions, right? And the next one, look at your total by the device, event volumes. Okay, traffic sensor totally 352, soil moisture sensor 342, wearables 334, smart plug 324, thermostat 315. So these are all different types of sensors which are essentially analyzed, and this can be downloaded. This another table. And the next table by location. Look at here, where is the data being collected? See, buildings, field with regard to agriculture, buildings, ward with regard to healthcare, factory 1, factory 2, unit 1, unit 2, or highways. These are all different locations where the data being inferred. And look at here, my dear friends, the next one is minute by minute. The timestamps, minute by minute. Look at here, minute by minute, the average is given. Look at here, the average is given, and visual insights. Now see here, the sensor value distribution by sensor type. See, these are all different sensor type and the value. Look at here, you've got a temperature sensor, heart rate sensor, moisture sensor, a power sensor, vehicle count sensor, vibrations on a machine sensor, all these. So based on the volume, it has been given based on the value, right? The next one is battery percentage. For all these sensors, look at here, almost about equal stage it is. Okay, thermostat, wearable, soil moisture, smart plug, and so on. These are all different types of devices. And event count. See, all these are okay. See, most of the events are okay, and some of them are alerts. That has been noted. And look at here, these are all time series of value of sensor type. Look at here, for temperature sensor, this color, heart rate, moisture, power, vehicle count, and vibrations. So these are all different sets of data, heterogeneous in nature for one system, and I'm able to just have analysis of this in visualization. So look at here, it has also given me the quick takeaways, the insights. Look at here, friends, the values are mandatory, skewed, and widespread, and medians are lower than means. See, these are all some of the insights. Alerts are rare compared to OK status. Very, very lesser alerts because based on the data. See, because alerts will be in certain cases. For example, health is okay. If few cases, only the alerts, the doctors or somebody will be alerted. Sometimes if there is a heavy rainfall down, every time it is okay. The level climate is okay. If there is a heavy rainfall due to cloud burst, immediately alert. So alerts are rare compared to OK status, and the battery is centered at the low in the low 60 seconds on the average. Some devices types the trend is higher. In some cases, the battery usage differs because of its heterogeneity. And look at your friends, the location and device types are fairly balanced in all the locations with this data type. And with regard to traffic sensor and building A, slightly more represented out of all these. So these are all some of the insights. Now, if you want to go in for your own analysis. See, for example, I wanted to have anomaly detection. Look at the anomaly detection by sensor type or location. You want to have this as a next, you can just click here and go for the next. If you have the data set known to you, if you have the problem well known to you, so you can just describe. Based on that, the analysis could be done. So friends, I would like to reiterate, this is not real-time data analysis. Actually, the real-time data analysis, during the inferring of data itself, the analysis should also be done. Simultaneously, insights should be obtained, and the insights should be just be deliverable as alerts or some actions. Okay. Now look at here, my dear friends. We've got anomaly detection. We have got anomaly detection. See here. First one. See here. Sensor type, based on the sensor type. See, there is an anomaly in certain sensors. Look at here. In few sensors, it is at 0 level. And look at here, anomalies at red circles. Look at here. See, these are all different variety of sensors. Here and there are some anomalies recorded. Look at here. See, the red circles are anomalies. Look at here, my dear friends. Not the red color ones. Red circles. Look at here. Here there is an anomaly. Here there is an anomaly. Likewise, you will be able to predict the anomalies also, and you will be able to visualize. And it also gives us insights of the same. And the battery drain trends, and when the battery is being drained, at what point of time the battery is drained, so that based on the trend, we'll be able to go for more durable batteries for some cases. And look at here, the cross location, it is a heat map. Look at here. So based on the buildings and based on the locations, and the summary is given here. So if you want to have further anomalies, you can just go for any other for example, Kurzweil. For example, Kurzweil is personal sensor type. Look at here. I just go for this test. Now just load it here. Automatically, you will have another step, another set of analysis done. Okay. Likewise, you can go on infer values. See, I manually feed. When you infer IoT, when you integrate IoT, when you when you integrate IoT with AI, this is being done automatically. Am I clear to you, my dear friends? See, I have done manually. I have given few manual feeds for the data set. But when you integrate IoT with the AI will write the prompts automatically based on machine learning algorithms. So machine learning algorithms, based on the trend, based on the situation, it can write and it can just take its own prompts, and analysis can be predicted, and it can be made as a deliverable or made as insights. Quick decisions can be made automatically without much human interventions. So AI could be potentially integrated with IoT for real-time data analytics, so that we can take decisions so quickly, promptly, with regard to real-time data analysis and analytics with regard to IoT. Thank you very much, my dear friends. Is there any queries I just would like to take up? Once again, I would like to reiterate the tools for data analysis, real-time data analysis, my dear friends. Please make note of it. I just would like to reiterate the real-time data tools. First, number one, for processing the engines. Apache, Apache tools, of course, Kafka, Flink, and Spark. These 3 tools, please note down. And with regard to databases, we can make use of Influx database. And second one is Timescale database and Prometheus database. And with regard to cloud platform, I need not tell you, AWS, Azure, as well as you can use cloud IoT platform. And with regard to data visualization, you can use ODM, Orange data mining. You can also make use of Julius. You can make use of TensorFlow with the AI, which is an AI-based database. You can also make use of Power BI. Power BI can also generate live dashboards based on the data. For example, I just give you a simple example of different services being integrated by government. For example, you have smart monitoring, you have climate monitoring, you have energy consumption monitoring, you have smart traffic, you have smart crowd monitoring system. All these from different devices infer data at one center, maybe IoT information processing center, where all these data come up and it is processed, it is taken 24/7 into cloud, and the data is being processed by deploying different algorithms based on their own smart applications. They can be real time, that can be visualized by the government or bigger organization or bigger companies with the help of Power BI. That could give you a real dashboard of real-time data being analyzed, being inferred, analyzed, and visualized with Power BI. Please make note of it. And we also have Grafana, you maybe know, and Kibana. Okay, Grafana and Kibana. So please take note of these tools. If you have the data set, real-time data set, but obtained, but it's not real-time, but obtained. If you want to load it and check the results for PhD and so on, you can use Julius AI. Okay, dear friends. So with that, I just would like to stop the presentation. Thank you very much, dear friends. I'm sorry because of less time, I'm unable to just give you more insights on this. So we should have a workshop. And my dear friends, to start with, you can ask your friends to go. We can ask your students to work with Tinkercad to start with some projects, and you can also make use of the cloud, Azure, and AWS of student packages. They can have real-time analysis done, employing their own algorithms and mathematical models or statistical models. Thank you very much, dear friends. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We learned a lot, sir. Dear participants, any queries?
So friends, I told you at the beginning what are the capabilities of real-time data analysis and what are the important factors that is to be kept in mind for real-time data analysis and how it can be used in some use cases, potential use cases. And later, we have just gone into some real-time use cases, but I have not listed everything. I will give you through Alagraja sir so that you can use it later. Also later we have just gone in for a model of data being analyzed using the tools. I've also listed you few tools. Please make use of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now I invite Mr. P. Maurumuthu sir, Assistant Professor, to propose vote of thanks for this session.
Okay,
Friends, have you just inferred 1 minute, sir? Have you just inferred something, dear friends? Have you? There is no queries or there is no. Have I given you
Vimal
something?
sir, hello sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have thanks from one query from my side.
Yes, sir.
Sir, is it clear, sir? Audio?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay, sir. In last couple of minutes, you say the data analysis on Orange online platform.
Yes, sir.
Whatever the result is shown, is it totally simulation based? Sir?
Yeah. What I have shown through using Julius,
Yeah.
See, that is what I told you, sir. It is not for real-time data analysis.
Real-time.
See, I told you, I've told you very clearly for the participants also. So please do not misconceive. Dear friends, I told you, certain tools. See, for example, when you use cloud, there are some, application directly that could analyze the data there in the cloud itself, in the cloud platform itself, and you can directly deploy your application there. You need not do it at your own end. It can be done completely as Azure or other end. But here I have just given you Julius just to download a data set that was collected in real time. That could be analyzed later for your PhD work and so on. Not for industries, not for healthcare, not for real-time work. It is not capable of integrating real-time data. It is for analysis of data just for your PhD data of the inferred data for your own experimental model. Okay, so it is.
Okay, sir.
It is a disclaimer. Yeah.
Sir, for that, is it need to go for online or using the online Orange platform?
Yeah, see, for example, exactly, sir. See, online data mining, see, ODM is Orange data mining that is capable of doing it with your Windows-based application. When you are connecting online, your Orange data mining has to be connected with. You will have to write an algorithm. See, the thing is that we need to just integrate the platform into your cloud platform where your real-time data is being inferred. This has to be integrated over there, and based on this ODM, some of this is open source. So this is open source where you can just cull out extract some of the mathematical model, some of the statistical model, or even some of the machine learning models. These can be taken as it is open source. The source can be taken and deploy over your cloud platform so that you can have real-time analysis done based on the ODM. You need not do analysis at ODM directly here with your system, but these models and sources, particularly ML and DL model, machine learning and deep learning models, can be extracted and used over your cloud platform, sir, where you can use it for real-time data. Otherwise, it is just when you're not connected, it is just for I did it for Julius, right? You just load it and you'll be able to just practice. See, for example, many academicians, we only just collect the data and practice it and visualize it just for our PhD research and so on. They are not real time. But real time data, even if single second, even nanosecond misses, something, huge mistake will happen, and unbearable situation may arise. In that case, we need to be very, very careful, particularly in the industry adoption, particularly in real-time adoption or application. If you are a consultant, we need to deploy directly in the cloud, not in the lower end here in local systems. It is better that you adapt a mechanism, algorithm in direct cloud. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent clarification. Thank you so much. Now it's a time of vote of thanks. Good evening, one and all gathered here. On behalf of Department of Computer Application, Ayanada Janikamal College, Sivagasi, it gives me an immense pleasure to express a vote of thanks for the session 12 on the special occasion of AICTE ATAL FDP. First of all, I thank our college of our beloved principal, Dr. C. Ashok sir, for giving the opportunity to conduct this ATAL FDP. Next, I would like to thank our dynamic directors, Dr. R. Venkatesh Kumar, for his continuous support for conducting this program. Next, I extend heartfelt gratitude to our eminent speaker for session 12, Dr. Vimal Gerald sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, St. Joseph College, Tirchi, Tamil Nadu, for making excellent and informative presentation on case studies and real-time data set for data analytics, and making this FDP more interesting and knowledgeable. Thank you so much, sir. It's really a knowledgeable session, sir. Next, I would like to thank our coordinator, ATAL FDP, Mrs. Agnes Salima ma'am, co-coordinator, Alav Kumar sir, organizing secretaries and dear colleagues. Finally, I extend my sincere thanks to all the participants for their active participations. Once again, thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank the head of the department, Dr. Agnes, and Dr.
Venkatesh Kumar sir.
You, sir, Marivi sir, and
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Everyone. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, dear participants, for your patient listening. It was not so easy because of the time. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, kindly wait 5 minutes. The session 13 will start now. 5 minutes break.
Dear friends, I will share the real-time data sets from some of the universities. You can make use of it. I will just share it with sir, and I will also share it in the chat window. Also, friends, you can also collect real time, data set, not live data set, but real time data set from Gaggle, www.gaggle.com for some of you. Second one is World Bank Data Bank. World Bank Data Bank. They are all real time, not live data sets. Real time data sets. World Bank Data Bank. You'll get real time data sets over there. World Bank Data Bank. First one is Gaggle. Many of you know. Fellow researchers data sets will be there. And the third one is data.gov.in, Indian government data sets. Data.gov.in. Data.gov.in. Please make use of these platforms to collect data for practicing data analytics.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, actually, I'm very new to this field, IoT. And if I want to begin from the scratch, so what are the learning resources or any training? Because as the FDP is giving you means very much information, but the time span is very limited.
No
So
problem. Ma'am, I shall introduce one tool because it is a break time. You can listen. You
yeah,
can go to consensus, ma'am. You can go to a tool called consensus. Look at here. I'll show you. You start here, ma'am. You will have conceptual clarity of IoT completely. Other participants also can make use of this platform. This is called consensus. Look at here. This is called consensus. Look at here, ma'am. Consensus. Make note of it. This is an AI-based tool. Consensus. Okay, ma'am. Consensus.app. Not only IoT, but also other technologies you can learn properly, and you will have conceptual clarity of any topic. For example, look at here. Is my screen visible, ma'am? Ma'am? Is my
yes,
screen?
yes,
Look at
yeah,
here.
yeah.
I'm just helping you to have conceptual clarity for the beginner. Okay, Internet of Things. I have gone into consensus. This tool is an AI tool. Look at here. I've just entered Internet of Things. Just enter the keyword Internet of Things. Look at here. It will give you one page insight, complete insight, where you will have 20 best resources. 20 best resources to start your research in IoT. Look at here. For example, it has got 20 excellent resources, all with beautiful citations. Look at here, ma'am. So it talks about IoT, foundations, application, and challenges, just in one paragraph. Look at here. It is. Look at here. If you want to do your research in core concept and architecture of IoT, just physical architecture of IoT alone. See here, these are all papers. Totally 8 papers are given. All best papers, ma'am. This paper, for example, this paper has got 9,000 citations. Look at here, ma'am. Information System Frontiers. You'll have to download this and read. 9,080,000 citations. The next paper, look at here, 6,000 IEEE communications on IoT server. You will have conceptual clarity on architecture of IoT, protocols and other aspects of physical IoT. Then look at here, see here, this is 1,000. Minimum few citations are there at least. Look at here. So similarly, if you want to go for applications, look at here, enabling technologies and protocols, you go for this. This is with regard to protocols. Look at here, all with 6,000, 5,000 citations. Now look at here. These are all areas. See, these are all some of the domains. Smart cities. If you want to study smart cities, you will have to read these papers. Each paper is with, look at here, at least some 500 plus citations. Look at here, this 1,000. See here. This is another, see here, at least some citations, right? Healthcare, industry, home, consumers, and challenges. If you want to work with future directions of IoT, see here, this is where you get problems in IoT. So this is where you get insights for your PhD in IoT. Okay, challenges and future direction. And so please download all these papers. If you want to narrow down, you can appropriately just select papers and read. All these are highly cited papers. You'll be able to just start with these and you will have conceptual clarity of these. Okay, ma'am. Have you got it, ma'am? Have I given you something?
Yes, sir. It's very informative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you have any other clarification before the next session starts, you can ask us. We are free. Dear friends, some of the real-time data sets that I'm just sharing with you all.
Again, sir, are you there?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm closing, sir.
The video.
Dear participants, session 30 will be started as sharply 5:15 p.m. Be ready. Dear participants, now the session 13 will be started now. For that, now I invite Mr. A. Anandagopi sir, Assistant Professor, to welcome and introduce our resource person for session 13.
Thank you, Mr. Silokumar sir. A very good evening to one and all. On behalf of ANJAC and the Department of Computer Applications, it is my privilege to deliver the welcome address and introduce the chief guest of the third session of this ATAL FDP on today. I express my sincere gratitude to invite our chief guest, Dr. S. Karthikeyan, Senior Technical Coordinator, Gen AI Healthcare, USA. Sar has completed his BCA degree in the year of 2008 and completed his MCA degree in the year of 2011. And Sar also completed MBA and MPhil degrees in the year of 2012. Then Sar completed his PhD in the year of 2023. Sar has various technical expertise such as basic foundation course and web development like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, React.js, Node.js, and data science packages in Python. And SAR has published numerous research papers in various reputed journals. SAR is currently working as Senior Technical Coordinator, Gen AI Healthcare, USA. We have such an eminent person to handle the session on deep planning with a TensorFlow and a Keras OpenCV on today's third session of this FDP. Now I invite Dr. S. Karthikeyan sir to handle the session 13. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for a nice introduction.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome Dr. S. Karthikeyan sir to add more value to our faculty development program on the topic deep planning with TensorFlow and Keras OpenCV. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the opportunity and good to see you all. And, for the past 1 hour, I have been in the session and a lot of things happening around the data. So, let us start with the kind of presentations. Yes. My presentation is visible?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Yeah, thank you. So, today, the world is revolving around the one word called data. So, the data will be collected from different perspectives. But the thing is, the thing we are going to discuss in this session. For the next 45 minutes, I'm going to share you a few things which are related to deep learning and the computer vision based data. So I have nearly 5 examples, and among those examples, a few of them are our products, and I have demonstrated a few more computer vision based things also. So let me start with this, our organization intro. So we are at the Gen AI Healthcare Private Limited. We the pioneers in handling such kind of data that is related to health. So we help you or we assist you in making your health a better one. So we are not only expertised in healthcare, but we are expertised in AI-based products itself. And not only that, we are expertised in web-based applications, full-stack applications, and mobile-based applications. So we are pioneers in doing all those things. Let me start with a real-time demo. So this is one of our pioneer product. So let me share video with you.
Sir, voice is not here, sir.
Yes, sir. This video is playing right now, sir. Yes, this is our app, and this app is completely made with the support of deep learning frameworks and computer vision. And so let me explain the steps. So people, please listen that if you are able to listen to me for the next 40 minutes, you will be able to work with this kind of obligations. And so I have shown some demonstrations related to OpenCV, TensorFlow, and Keras. So till now, the deep learning research is not that much high. So people doing this kind of research is ultimately in lower numbers. So if you are planning to do some kind of research using the deep learning frameworks, then this session will be your starting point. So let me start with the introduction of AI, ML, and DL. My screen visible? Yes. Okay.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, just a minute. Let me stop my sharing and reshare. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we all know that artificial intelligence is a broad category. And inside this broad category, we have some set of things like machine learning, deep learning. So whenever we are focusing on few things in a closely observance pattern, we come across machine learning and deep learning. So these AI and GPT things are not at all a new one. So these will be inceptions from 1940s itself. And the journey starts from 1950s. And in the 1980s, we coined the term like machine learning. And from 2010 onwards, we come up with the deep learning things. Okay, so I have some basic questions. People please answer. Do you think that AI will be the future? I'm expecting your valuable inputs. A few of them responded, yes. Okay, let me move on to the next one. So, if you think AI will be the only future, that's absolutely wrong. AI will not be the pioneer in the future. And the person who is able to use AI can able to survive. And if you are lagging doing all those things, you are not able to survive in the industry hereafter. Okay, so let me start with one final question. Why do we do research? So, can I get some responses from you? Why do we do research? What's the purpose of doing all those research? Find new things. Anything else? Okay, so everyone is thinking, I think. Okay, so our ultimate aim is to earn money. So everyone's ultimate is to earn money, right? Okay, so how do we earn money? So when you do research, you will get a lot of money. So how do we get it? If you start doing some research, first learn to do single or you just start with the preliminary process and you start experimenting things. And in the society, we have some real-time scenarios, like there is a gap between the real-time use cases and what we are actually researching. So this kind of things will be resolved with your findings. So if you can find the research gap in the real world scenario, you are able to create some kind of applications that will support the human community. And this is not enough at all. So if you start to give something to the users in turn will give some of their experiences. So whatever the product you are developing, you need to fine tune the user experience so that you are able to achieve much accuracy and so that you are able to earn much money. Okay, so before starting that, okay, so I received 2 to 3 responses. Okay. So these are the things we have to keep in mind while starting an AI research. Okay, so what problem you are going to address? So whenever we have a client, we just go and sit with them and talk to them for nearly 2 to 3 hours. What we actually do in that period of time is we get what are the things they are doing in their real-time workspaces. So when talking to them, we get more number of ideas. Okay. So how they are actually managing the data? We are all talking about the data, and we need to have a clear idea of how this data are used. Okay. So in few cases, they are maintaining the records in some kind of notebooks, and some of the sophisticated users use softwares. And what are the challenges faced by the business people? So whenever they are in the business for nearly 10 to 15 years, they come to face some downfalls in their sales. So we need to analyze why. The reason may be because of the competitor, poor quality of material, or the people who are sitting in the sales counter and their behaviors. The behavior itself is causing some of the issues. Okay, so how do we address these challenges? So to address these challenges, we need to have a survey methods to collect customer opinions. Or we can get some market analysis so that we are able to know the exact problem. So whatever you start, your ultimate aim is to improve the performance of the particular business. Okay, so these are the things you need to keep in mind while starting an AI research. Okay, so how these things are formulated. So this is how it works. You start with the problem statement, collecting data, and we do some feature pre-processing and feature engineering, and all those things will be happening. And at the end, we come up with model, and this model is capable of solving the problems that we have collected in the past. And after that, we have to optimize and use them in their environment. Okay, suppose if in case this problem is not yet solved, then what they can do? They just move back to problem state. Again, the cycle continues until they reach optimized solution. Okay, so let me start with what is AI. So already you have shared in so many sessions like I think. I will shortly come up with this solution. So we try to make machines which is mimicking the human thinking. This is what we actually do with the AI. So in traditional methods, so let me say that in traditional methods, we follow rule-based system. Like in our programming concepts, we used to say that if the particular age is greater than 18, then they are able to vote, or else they are not permitted to vote. So these kind of if-else patterns will be applied in the traditional programming. But with the machine learning programming, so we don't feed these kind of rule-based things. We provide the machines with data and exact algorithm to process or learn the patterns. And one more problem with the traditional programming is it cannot handle complex situations. If it encounters some of the data which is not seen before, then it will be a problem. With machine learning, it can able to generalize these things. Okay. So these are the AI evolutions from 1950s to 2025. So in general, this AI evolution is categorized into three categories. One is symbolic AI, statistical learning, and generative AI. In symbolic AI, which is an inception, in the starting stage, they started from 1943 to 1980s. And in 2007, IBM demonstrated one thing that they have defeated Gary Kasparov, chess player. So they have defeated a particular chess player, and this will be a greater milestone in the AI. And after that, in 2007 or 2010, we have GPT-3. So right now it is most popular, but it started evolving from 2010 itself. And as of now, we have GPT-4 and so many things expanding rapidly. Some of the things like AGI, ASI, these are the things they are evolving and in the market right now. Okay, so I have another question right now. Can you predict this number? Can you predict this number? Okay. Yes. So it looks good that everyone is able to identify this number is 5. Okay, so let me start with the human learning journey. So as a kid, we don't have any neural specification. So our mind is completely empty when we are born. And after a certain period of time, everyone started to insist, or they just trained the particular kid by saying, this is your father, this is your mother, and this is this kind of thing. Like that, everything is fed into the mind of a particular child, and gradually they are evolving. So by the age of 50 or 60, they know many things. So few of them are teach through their parents or some of their relatives, friends, and some of the things they have learned by themselves. So this is how a human actually learns. So our purpose is to make the machines to learn. So in machine learning, we have classified these things into 3 categories: unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. So I don't want to take much time in explaining these things, and I just move on very quickly. So this is what we are doing with supervised learning. In supervised learning, we just given some patterns along with the labels. Here, apple, orange, and orange. This is the labeled data set, which is fed into the training algorithm. After training, we just given them with the test data. It exactly finds it is an apple and orange. And with the unsupervised data, we don't feed any of the labels. Then how it happens is every thing or every object is having its unique patterns, and these patterns are compared with each other. And while comparing the nearest distance, the thing with the nearest distance will be clustered into some groups. This is what we are doing in unsupervised learning and with the semi-supervised learning. So my research is actually with imbalanced data sets. So in that imbalanced data sets, we have some categories like undersampling, oversampling, hybrid sampling, like that. So many methods are there. So while doing undersampling, we have used both clustering and classification method. So the same technique has been used here. Here in the semi-supervised learning, the labeled data such as banana and apple are fed into the AI model. And while giving input data along with the banana and the apple, they have given the images of grapes. So this is how the AI model learns in a semi-supervised learning. And we have one more category like reinforcement learning. So if a child has a bad behavior, then we have to give some advices. So this is one kind of learning. We just give some penalty to the child, and if the child exhibits good behaviors, we just reward them. The same style has been explained in the next slide. Okay, so why we are discussing all those things is because these are the major categories in doing research. So no research is out of these 3 things. Okay, so this is what we are actually doing with the deep learning. This is a human brain, and the human brain has millions of neurons, and each neuron is interconnected with each other. They just transmit some data from one neuron to the next neuron. So it will be in the form of electrical and chemical signals. Okay, so this kind of structure has been mimicked when creating artificial neurons. So in artificial neurons itself, we are giving some inputs. Along with inputs, we are giving some weights. Why we are giving weights here is we just try to mimic the functionality of our human brain. So the random values will be act like our human brain. So we are not consistent at all the time, and within a time of 60 seconds, we have come across nearly 20 to 30 thoughts. So this kind of random things will be applied in an artificial manner with the help of this weights. And we have a summation function and the activation function. So this activation function will have the ability to learn complex mapping between input and output. So this will be the major task like image or speech recognition. Okay, so this is a simple introduction about the neural networks, and this is how the network is actually organized. We have input layers, hidden layers, and an output layer. So in each layer, we have some circles. We call these circles as neurons. Okay, so how these things actually happen here is separability. So if the data is separable by using a single line, we call this problem as linear problem. And if it is non-separable, we call it as non-linear problem. So whenever you plot XOR gates in the 2D diagram, so if you like to separate the zeros and ones, you need at least 2 lines. Okay, so with feed forward, the pictures are missing here. So in feed forward networks, the data are only passing from the input node to the output node. And also with the back propagation neural networks, some of the data that are received in the output are tested against the real-time data. If there is a change in the result, then these laws will be changed in the network weights. So this is what happened in backpropagation neural networks. And we have a deep neural network. So this is the base we are actually going to discuss for this session. Okay, let me have a quick question here. Okay, so here's a quick task for you. Here we have 9 animals. Can you check and post your answers? Here I have given 9 animals. Can you check and post it in the chat? Okay. Elephant is clearly visible. What are the other 8? If you are cleanly observe this image, you will get nearly 9 images of animals. Okay. Okay, let's wait for 1 more minute to complete. Monkey, dog, cat, rat, crocodile. So we don't have that much time. So let me wind up this. So these are the things that are given in this image. We have 9 animals. Each one is listed here. Okay, so the next thing is, so under DNN, we need to learn about these things. If you like to learn and implement DNN, you need to have an idea of this class function, optimizer, and the dropout and the regularization parameter. So last function is actually measures how well the neural network's predictions match with the true labels. If it is wrong, it will generate some amount of loss values. And the optimizer is an algorithm that updates network weights, which will help in minimizing the loss function. Also, with dropouts in the regularization, whenever we are trying to do something, we come up with some kind of issues like overfitting. So these issues will be addressed with the help of these dropouts. Okay, let's have a quick demo of. Okay, I will show the demo at the end. So why I have shown that image previously is, whenever you are observing from the top to bottom, you will come up with some kind of things like you got the images of various animals. So this happens in our brain, and the same thing has been implemented in neural networks. That kind of neural network is actually called the convolutional neural network. So this is how the neural networks behave in real-time scenarios. It just scans the faces of people in the railway station. So this is how the convolutional neural networks actually works. We have an image of Twitty, and this image is taken to the convolutional form, and it will be transferred to pooling convolutional, and the last layer of this is flatten layer, and this flatten layer is applied into a fully connected layer, and finally the output prediction takes place. In the output prediction, we have some probability values like 0.27 and 0.1. So the probability will decide which one has the highest probability. So it will choose 0.7. Okay. So this is the architecture of this CNN. And this is what happens in a feature extraction. So it does all those things: edge detection, shade-based feature, text analysis, everything takes place here. And this tried. So this is the major part of the CNN. We have a filter of size 3x3, which is passed over from the top left corner to the bottom left right corner. So while doing this, we get some convolved features. So this is how the convolved features actually is. So this will take so much time. So I just move on to the next section. This is actually happening in max pooling. So this grid is divided into 4 sections, and in every section, the highest value will be taken for the next phase. And this is the function of the dropout layer. So here, few of the neurons are muted so that some kind of problems like regularization that issues will be resolved with the help of this dropout feature. And this is a flattened layer. The first row will be placed in a one-dimensional array order. And similarly, all the rows are assembled. And this is the classification part. And these are the applications of the CML. Okay, so let me quickly enter into autoencoders. So this autoencoder is a type of neural network which perform data compression and reconstruction. The main thing it does is it learns to encode input data into a compressed representation and then reconstruct it back to the original. So these are the frameworks we are actually going to address here. These are the only frameworks. You don't say something like that. So these are the key players in performing this kind of task. So first one is TensorFlow. These are the features of TensorFlow. And so these are the features of Keras and OpenCV. Here we have to concentrate more on this OpenCV-like thing. So this is a library for computer vision and image processing. So its core functionalities include video analysis, image processing, picture detection, recognition, 3D. So many things will be done with the help of OpenCV. Okay, so these are the applications I would like to show you right now. So for this purpose, I just quit this environment and join from my laptop. Okay, just a minute. I will switch from my tab to laptop. Okay. Let me share the screen. Is my screen visible to you all?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you. So this is one of the applications we have tried. We have tried using OpenCV. So have you seen this application? Yes. So this is a real-time example of how to use OpenCV. Here we have predicted the shirt size of a particular person using the deep learning framework, that is OpenCV. Let me show you another content which uses OpenCV. So this model also, we just try to implement, or we just try to fix the particular dress on a particular body. So this also happens with the help of deep learning methods. So let me quickly share. So I will share a demo, right? Okay, let's start with the sentiment analysis. So here we use deep face framework. Let me run this. The camera is engaged with the Google Meet. This will take some time, and the camera is not opening. So I just muted my camera. Okay, have you all see the image?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So here we do some sentiment analysis, right? So I'm in a normal look, and if we are smiling, like if you show your teeth, it will show you are in a happy mood. And if you face, or if you place your hands like that, like it will show you are in a fear, you are in anger. Like the sentiments will be processed with the help of deep face. Okay, this is one case study. May I show the next one? Okay, let me experiment the next one also. Let's do digit recognition. So we have MNIST data set, which is inbuilt in all the research related applications. So here I have tried one thing. So here I have an image of handwritten number 2. Okay, so let us test it. So it's just trying to predict, and the predicted result is 2. Okay, let us change this. I have renamed this to 2 and change this number 6 to test image. Now let us try it again with another input. So it's exactly predicted the number as 6. So here what we actually did previously is we have a training file, and this training file is built using the TensorFlow and other frameworks, and the model is saved in the name digitrecognizer.h file. And whenever we are testing a particular input, this model loads, and based on the observations that are present in that model, our results will be displayed. If some of the cases like 4, 9, some digits we may try, and if you take much time for the training, then this digit recognizer will work perfectly, or else it will create some of the incorrect results. Okay, I will show you the last content of my presentation. So previously, I have shown a deep face thing. So right now, I have created our own model. Here, we are not using the default deep face parameters, and we just use this kind of images. So this kind of images, so it will be in some images are in angry mode, some images fear, happy, neutral. So all the images are placed inside the training and testing categories. And we just created a model. This model will take almost 1 hour to execute in my laptop. And this is how this model actually works. Is the screen visible? Output? Okay. So here it shows only happy and one more thing, which is sad. So only reason is we have trained this model only for a few number of approaches. So whenever you are doing some research, you must have a clear idea of how many times to train, and based on the training records only, you are able to get whatever the results you need. Okay, I will show you the last content. So these are the things we have discussed in this session, and it's time for the queries.
Yes, dear participants, it is your time. Ask any queries to the resource person or type any queries in the chat box also.
Yeah, I'm ready to answer any type of queries. If you want to create some application, you have to write some queries. You can't learn everything from the scratch. So through proper guidance, you are able to create better applications. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Mr. A. Selvakumar, sir, to propose vote of thanks for the final session.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening, everybody. I am feeling very happy to propose vote of thanks for this special occasion. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's session a grand success. Then I would like to thank our college management and our beloved principal, Dr. C. Ashok sir, for giving the opportunity to conduct this FDP. Next, I thank our head of the department, Dr. R. Venkatesh Kumar sir, for his continuous encouragements and guidance throughout the entire session. Thank you, sir. Then I would like to thank Professor R. Jagannathan sir, academic advisor, and Dr. N. Sindil Kumar sir, coordinator of IQSC, for their wonderful support. Thank you, sir. Next, on behalf of Computer Application Department, and I on behalf of I extend my heartful thanks to our eminent speaker, Dr. S. Karthikeyan, Senior Technical Coordinator, Gen AI Healthcare Solutions Private Limited, Virudunagar, with the topic Deep Planning with TensorFlow and Keras OpenCV, for making excellent presentation and making this program interesting and meaningful. Thank you so much, sir. Then I thank our organizing secretaries, our department faculties, and the faculties of various colleges for their wonderful support. Last but not least, I would like to thank today participants of various colleges and nearby colleges for your strong support. Once again, I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your kind questions. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Manandal. We are extremely happy to welcome you all for the valedictory function. We hope our 6 days online faculty development program on IoT data analysis with practical and exploratory approach is useful forever. We truly value everyone's participation and finest cooperation.
Unity is strength. When there is teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can be achieved. Now I thank our co-coordinator of ATAL FDP, Mr. S. Alakumar sir, to share a few words about our sessions with us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good evening, one and all gathered here. As we come to the end of this AICTE Training and Learning Academy sponsored 6 days online faculty development program on IoT data analysis with the practical and the exploratory approach, organized from 22/9/2025 to 27/9/2025, in which around 168 participants from the Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Bihar, Delhi, Haryana, Kerala, Odisha, Punjab, Tripura, and Tamil Nadu states are participated. Dear participants, you are all participated with actively and made this FDP as a grand success. Especially Dr. Pranab Das sir and some other participants, you are active participants and the enthusiasm have made this FDP a great success. Finally, I thank you for taking the time to be here with us for 6 days. Your participation and engagement have made this FDP a truly memorable one. Finally, I thank Mrs. A. Agnes Salima, ma'am, AICTE ATAL FDP coordinator, to given opportunity me work as a coordinator of this FDP. Thank you, ma'am. Now, dear participants, we are expecting your valuable feedback. Please unmute yourself and share with us. Feedback by the participants. Dear participants.
Participants, you can ask queries or you can share feedback with us. That is very important for us.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Dr. Selvi from RMK Engineering College, Tamil Nadu.
Yes,
All
sir.
the sessions, all the speakers whom you have arranged was really very much informative. So we came to know many concepts which we are not aware of. And so we are also practiced at the same time when they taught us also. So that will help a lot to do better in our research work. And thank you so much for arranging this excellent session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Any other feedback from participants? Kindly unmute yourself and share with us.
Your feedback is treasure for us, so please.
Dear participants, we are expecting your valuable feedback. Kindly unmute yourself and share with anyone feedback.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. Your session was
sir.
very wonderful and nicely organized. Oh, I really enjoyed learning the IoT. It was very informative, and as per the present day requirement, the session was made top notch. Thank you, sir. Thank you, organizing committee, once again.
Thank you, sir. Any feedback? Kindly share with us. Dear participants, all are requested to fill the feedback forms and write the online test through your ATAL login. Then only you can receive your FDP certificate. Sir,
Sir, small
now
help.
I share with the
Session 13 link is not being posted, sir. Feedback link is not posted. Can you just post it, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They will be shared, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I share the screen for attending the online exam, online test, online assessment, submission of feedback and download certificates. Dear participants, kindly follow these procedures for attending online assessment, submission of feedback and download certificates. You are all requested to fill the feedback forms and write the online test through your ATAL login. Then only you can receive your FDP certificate. The exam will start at 6:30 p.m. sharply. And the exam has 100 marks. You can view your attendance in the attendance menu. First, you log in using your registered mail ID on ATAL website. If you want to view your attendance, you may view the attendance in the attendance menu. Attend the online assessment in assessment menu. Submit the feedback in the feedback menu. Finally, you can download your certificate in the certificate menu. Follow these instructions carefully and kindly complete it. Then only you can receive your FDP certificates. Thank you one and all for being a part of our LFT. Ma'am.
Participants, are you clear with the instructions? If you have any queries, please ask immediately.
Ma'am, tell me one more time, ma'am, please. Ma'am, tell me one more time.
Sir, is there any link for to the last session, sir? Session feedback link for any 13 session 13, sir?
Yes, sir. We will share with you. Now,
can I just thank you, thank
we will
you.
share it. நீங்க கூட சொல்லுங்க. அந்த ஃபீட்பேக் ஃபார்ம் அதுல தான் இருக்கு, அது எடுத்து திரும்ப சொல்லிடுமா?
Participants, listen the instructions carefully.
Participants, first log in using your registered mail ID on Atal Academy website. Then go to your dashboard, click attendance menu if you want to view your attendance. If to attend the online assessment, in the assessment menu, then submit the feedback in the feedback menu. It is a mandatory one. Then download your certificate in the certificate menu.
சார் நாங்க இப்போ இந்த செஷன் குவிட் பண்ணிக்கலாமாங்க சார்?
Yes ma'am. Ma'am, wait ma'am.
இந்த செஷனுக்கு ஃபீட்பேக்குங்க சார்?
நான் இப்ப ஷேர் பண்ணி விடுறேன் மேம்.
சரிங்க சார். சார் நீங்க ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க, நாங்க அடுத்து அதுக்கு போய்க்கிறோம்.
5 minutes ma'am.
ஓகேங்க சார்.
நாளைக்கு அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
Sir, first of all, we have to do the assessment. And after that, yes. Hello. First of all, we have to do the assessment, which will start at 6:30 sharp.
Assessment நாளைக்கு அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாமா, இன்னைக்கே பண்ணணுமா?
So sorry, I'm only understand English and Hindi.
Assessment டெஸ்ட் வந்து 1 hour தான் சார். 6:30 to 7:30 குள்ள நீங்க லாகின் பண்ணிருங்க சார். இல்ல சார், ஏன்னா அது வந்து பண்ண முடியாது சார். நீங்க ஆன்லைன்லயே பண்ணிருங்க சார். 6:30 க்கு லாகின் பண்ணிருங்க சார்.
Sir, please stay here till 6:30 in online meeting. Afterwards, you can attend the test. So please listen the instructions. Now I invite our Atal FDP coordinator, Mrs. A. Agnes Salima ma'am, to share insights regarding our sessions.
Data is everywhere. The goal is to turn data into information and information into insight. Our sessions have focused the emerging trends and techniques of information technology. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished resource persons. Our FDP focuses on IoT data analysis with a practical and exploratory approach. The various trends and techniques regarding IoT, NLP, data analytics, data visualization, and skill development. Our resource persons, Mr. S.R. Anil Kumar sir, Assistant Manager, Business Applications, Kingdom of Bahrain, Mr. G. Saravana Kumar sir, Associate Consultant, TCS, Netherlands, Dr. R. Uma ma'am, Associate Professor, Nada Saraswati College of Arts and Science, Theni, Dr. L. Selvam sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Data Science, Madras Christian College, Chennai, are delivered excellent presentations with hands-on sessions on IoT. Then our resource persons, Dr. N. Ravya Sapnam Praveen ma'am, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of MCA, KCG College of Technology, Chennai, Dr. Madhu Shukla ma'am, Professor and Head, Department of CEAI and Big Data Analytics, Marwadi University, Dr. A. Vimal Gerald sir, Assistant Professor of Computer Science, St. Joseph College, Trichy, Dr. S. Karthikeyan sir, Senior Technical Coordinator, Gen AI Healthcare Solutions Private Limited, Virudhunagar, are handled insights about data analysis in excellent manner. Then our resource person, Dr. Neelam Nayak ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Information Technology, SVKM's Usha Praveen Gandhi College of Arts and Science, Mumbai, is handled visualization techniques in effective manner. Then our resource persons, Cynthia Angel ma'am, Technical Lead, Nokia Bangalore, Mr. K. Ajay Balaji sir, Software Analyst, Agilsys Chennai, are handled the sessions regarding NLP tools and packages. Then our resource persons, Dr. N. Pothi Rasan sir, Director, Hashan Medicare Rajapalayam, and Mr. V. Selvakumar sir, Module Lead, Galaxy Weblinks Sivakasi, are handled the sessions related with skills and digitalization, which are the key elements of NEP 2020. Their insightful addresses was truly thought-provoking and has provided us with invaluable knowledge and direction. We appreciate the significant time and effort took to share their expertise with us. Thank you for enriching our understanding and for your willingness to engage with us so meaningfully. We are sure that the insights gained 6 days will be applied in our future endeavors. Thank you all the resource persons for making this ATAL FDP a grand success. Then I wholeheartedly thank AICT ATAL for sponsored our college management and our beloved principal, Dr. C. Ashok sir, for giving the opportunity to conduct this 6 days FDP. Then I would like to thank our dynamic and enthusiastic director and convener of ATAL FDP, Dr. R. Venkatesh Kumar sir, for their continuous motivation and support for conducting this FDP. Thank you, sir. Then I would like to thank co-coordinator of ATAL FDP, Mr. S. Alav Kumar sir, and organizing secretaries for their fullest support and dedication. Thank you. A kind attention to all the participants. All are requested to fill the feedback forms and write the online test through your ATAL login. Then only you can receive your FDP certificate. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite our director and convener of ATAL FDP, Dr. R. Venkatesh Kumar sir, to express his perspective on our sessions. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. First, I would like to thank Almighty God for their blessings. I wholeheartedly thank AICT ATAL team, our college correspondent through G. Abhiruban sir, and our beloved principal, Dr. C. Ashok sir, for given permission to conduct this 6 days FTP on IoT. I would like to thank the coordinator of ATAL FTP, Mrs. A. Agnes Salima ma'am, and the co-coordinator of ATAL FTP team, Mr. S. Alav Kumar sir, for your meticulous planning and the exhibition ensure insightful sessions and a meaningful learning experience for all participants. Then I would like to thank the organizing secretaries, Dr. P. Isaki Alice Devi ma'am, Dr. P. Vinod Kumar sir, Mr. P. Marimuthu sir, and Mr. A. Selva Kumar sir for their fullest support and dedication. Then I express my gratitude to all the resource persons for acknowledging their valuable expertise, the specific knowledge they shared, the positive impact of their sessions. Then I express my gratitude to all the participants for their enthusiastic participation to make grand success. Finally, I thank my department colleagues and the lab technician, Mr. Ponichan sir, for their support to conduct this FTP in grand success. Once again, I thank you one and all for being a part of our ATAL FTP. Thank you. Thank you.
A kind attention to all the participants. All are requested to fill the session 13 feedback form, then ATAL feedback, and write the online test through your ATAL login. Then only you can receive your FDP certificate. The online test will be conducted at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Participants, still, if you have any queries, you can ask, no problem.
Excuse me, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
மேம் இந்த செல்வம் சார் ஹேண்டில் பண்ணாங்களே ஐஓடி
Yes.
டிவைசஸ் கனெக்ட் எஸ் அந்த கோடிங்ஸ் அண்ட் சர்க்யூட் டயக்ராம்லாம் கிடைக்குமா மேம்?
Surely they'll send ma'am. We'll send, no problem. We'll send everything. In that drive link itself, we have posted everything, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Okay.
If
Thank you,
anything
ma'am.
is pending, that is also will do. No issues.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, when I see the attendance icon, right? Like it's not, nothing is showing.
Ma'am, your participant ID.
My participant ID, I'll tell you. Just wait.
They are saying participant ID. We'll wait. Roslyn.
Abija Roslyn. AJ FDP 52.
Wait, ma'am. Wait, ma'am.
Ma'am, now open the exam, ma'am.
Exactly at 6:30 p.m. It will be open, sir. It is through Atal login.
Okay,
only.
okay, ma'am. Now open.
Through
ma'am.
Atal login. Yes, sir.
Now
Exactly.
open, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Ma'am, I'm not able to view anything.
Can you contact Alok sir through phone, ma'am? Abhijit, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, your attendance is enabled, but anyhow, you can contact through phone.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Alok Kumar sir, contact her.
Okay.
Madam, your attendance is present.
Abhijam, ma'am.
It shows as present. Madam, your attendance as shows as present, ma'am. You can attend the online exam, ma'am.
Dear participants, checks the Atal portal. The assessment will started now.
Ma'am, good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, audible? Ma'am, my voice is audible?
Yes, sir. Any requirement, sir?
No, sir. Actually, 50 questions கொடுத்துருக்கீங்க சார் 1 ஹவருக்கு.
ஆமா சார்.
ஐ திங்க் இது பாசிபிள் ரொம்ப காம்ப்ளிகேட்டடா இருக்கு சார். ஏன்னா இதுக்கு முன்னாடி FTP-லாம் 30, 25 to 30 தான் கொடுப்பாங்க.
ஓ,
ஸோ
சரி
அவரும்
சார்.
1 ஹவர் தான் இருக்கு. 50 கொஸ்டின்ஸ் இருக்கு. அதான் ஆக்சுவலா கம்ப்ளீட் பண்றது கொஞ்சம் டிஃபிகல்ட் தான் சார். அதே மாதிரி பெர்சன்டேஜும் வந்து அரௌண்ட் 70% எல்லாருக்கும் வரும்னு சொல்ல முடியாது.
ஓ,
அது
the
நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம்
rules,
பாத்துங்க
sir.
சார். ஆக்சுவலா கிளாஸஸ்லாம் வந்து ரொம்ப கம்ப்ளீட்டா முடிச்சீங்க சார். எல்லாமே 1 ஹவர் செஷன் வச்சு கரெக்டா முடிச்சிருந்தீங்க. ஆனா இதை ஃபீட்பேக்ல சொல்லணும்னு நினைச்சிருந்தேன். ஏன்னா எவ்ரி கிளாஸ் கரெக்டா டைமிங்ல ஸ்டார்ட் ஆனிச்சு, டைமிங்ல முடிஞ்சுச்சு. ஸோ அந்த அப்ரோச் நல்லா இருந்துச்சு. பட் அசஸ்மெண்ட்ல வந்து 50 கொஸ்டின்ஸ் கொஞ்சம் அதிகம் சார். அது கண்டிப்பா 1 ஹவர்ல முடியாது. அது நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் கொஞ்சம் பாத்துங்க சார். 25 to 30 இஸ் இனஃப்.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ சார்.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, madam. Hello. Hello. Hello.